We are going to go ahead and continue with the testimony of Detective Verito.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
When we left off on Friday, we began playing some of the calls from the wiretap interception. I want to ask you before we continue playing, are you able to tell the jury how many wiretap calls were monitored over the course of the month that you were all monitoring, that law enforcement was monitoring the wire calls?
It was in the thousands. I don't have an exact number, but I want to say probably we're doing 8 and 10, if I can remember correctly. 1,000?
8 and 10,000?
I believe so.
And as a gang investigator, is this the only wiretap investigation that you have conducted?
It is not.
And are the wiretaps one of the tools that you use in order to conduct your investigations?
They are.
Now I want to pick up and publish from Stacey's Exhibit 437 VV. Call number 512, which is on March 16th, 2022 at 6:49 p.m. And you're on permission for the state to sit during the playing of the call.
You may.
Bruh. D? Yeah. I thought you were coming look at the weed, man. Man, you told me you had it. I got it now, bro. I got it. You do? And I got a few different flavors. You say you got a few different flavors, flavors. Oh, okay. The same though? Yeah. Okay. When I got now, it was just too much going on yesterday. Man, that shit was crazy here, man. 12 had nigga about 3-4 hours, man. For real? So what? Holding you? Yeah, now you know they shut up Big Nick spot. I was in there. We think. Oh, they shut up Big Nick spot, bro. Man, yeah, man. So we got down. We think them niggas gonna come back. You think they gonna come back through? 12 pulled up. God, for D, but them folks shut up Big Nick spot, bro. Man, yeah, I'm coming through the window. You know, all this in the living room, it's crazy. Why nobody get hit? And you know what one bid working, bro. One now, one of y'all gonna get hit, bro. But yeah, for sure. Yeah, what the fuck wrong with these niggas, bro? Man, you know what? When they little partner just died in McKinneyville, about 2 nights ago. Boy, that's wild. I don't even think Milk know that, boy. He gonna be. You know, Quay had locked up. That's the only reason I seen his ass. Why ain't he know that? He locked up, bro. That's the only reason you ain't seen him, huh? Yeah, that shit was last night. If you talk to him on the phone, don't, you know what I'm saying? Just be like, shit got shut up, know what I'm saying? Yeah, Bob. Yeah. Damn, he gonna be that. I ain't gonna lie, but that nigga gonna be, that's crazy, bro. Yeah, man. That's crazy, but your ass need to goddamn be smooth, bro. Man, do that, bro. There's too much going on. Like, this shit. Too much going on, man. Nigga. How the hell y'all ain't got no drop on these niggas, bro? Man, nigga ham, bro. That's wild, bro. That's wild, bro. I'm on the way to the spot, though, bro. Just got down, you know, whenever you pop out, bro, pull up on me, bro. Alright.
So just a few questions about that call. Did you hear when Mr. Garlington said they shot a Big Nick's spot?
I did.
And are you familiar with the location that they're saying is Big Nick's spot?
Yes.
And what location is that?
2830 Waters Road.
Okay. And Did you hear when Demikion Garnson gave the reason why he believed that they came through and shot a Big Nick spot?
Yes,
Okay, and what was that?
that their boy had been killed in Mechanicsville.
And then did you hear when the caller said you don't have to drop on them?
Correct.
Have you heard that terminology before?
I have.
What is your understanding of when someone says you don't have to drop on them? What does that mean?
Like the location, having their location.
I want to now publish from State's Exhibit 437 VV, March 16th, 2022 at 9:41 p.m., PDF, page 523. And from 34 seconds to 3 minutes, sorry. From 34 seconds to 3 minutes and 54 seconds.
What Friday?
Nick, fucking free.
Last night?
Last night, boy. You know, I wasn't even gonna come out. Man,
Yeah.
you like, goddamn, pull up. We finna be on one. Goddamn.
So y'all was in there.
And, boy, about 6, 7 deep. Tunk just had them pulled off, boy.
Damn, that's a fool. I thought they already went over there and shot one other
They
side.
did, but still, man, I'm on some everyday
They
shit.
double
Yeah.
back.
Oh, you talking about
Oh,
Nick's
yes.
right?
Yeah.
No, ain't nobody went Nick's right.
Oh, nah, I heard it a couple days ago. Somebody they said they went over there.
Oh,
That one I ain't
yeah,
know.
nah,
But
yeah, nah.
you said they just went over there last night.
Yeah, well, we there, man. I'm like, yeah, man, what the fuck? I wasn't even finna come over here, man.
Yeah, you talking about? Yeah, I ain't even know nothing about that
Yeah,
shit.
and look, we like to hear, we think, we like, all right, they gonna come back through. Man, we think they gonna come back through so we can hit that motherfucker up, man. 12 pull up, man. Hey, what?
At the house?
Yeah, I'm like, the hell. We hit them folk, like, cause we got our light. So, them folk, like, we gonna have to come in. We gonna have to come in, cause goddamn, make sure ain't nobody dead, man. I hit the back door like that, boy. I'm on parole, man. All this shit in here, man.
Hey, you talking about
Hey.
good? Y'all have to come in.
Yeah, now we just heard him talk to the other officer, like, yeah, we can go in, make sure ain't nobody. Man, it be them up under the house. Goddamn, man, about 4 of us in the house. They keep saying, man, you don't go out. I'm like, man, I got me fucked up, man.
You took out rain?
No, I hit the back door. Them folks it was on both sides. And I was just like, I seen them on one side, cause I was just finna sit in the car, in the yard.
Yeah.
But I seen them looking at the cars over there, go through the other way. They know they was over there. I feel like, hey, come here. I'm like, hey, man, I just heard some gunshot. Yeah,
you
I'm like, hey,
say?
man, I just heard a gunshot, man.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like, where you coming from? Like the wood. I'm dry here. It pouring down rain. No folks like, man, you ain't wet at all, man. I'm like, man, I'm telling you, man. I was in the woods. I don't know how I ain't wet. I was in the woods. But I ain't no savage.
Man, what?
Yeah, y'all check that house out, well.
Hell no, I ain't got nothing to do with
They
that house.
still went in there though. They didn't check that. But that was good, boy. It be safe.
Oh, they ain't searched. They
They'll
just
make sure.
looked
They'll
around.
make sure nobody dead.
Yeah, so when nobody know when they went in?
Yeah. They found Mal, goddamn Lil Quay, and another name.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm like, hell.
What they at the house?
Yeah, from the pop out for Coat on Coat. So they got a little video shoot.
They got a video shoot.
Yeah. I ain't really been outside, bro. Bro, you ain't got nobody who been trying to say you no pill.
And we're stopped at 3:52 p.m. 3:52 into the call. And listening to that call, did you hear early in the conversation where Mr. Garland said Tunk had just pulled off?
Yes.
As a part of your investigation into YSL, have you heard of an individual with the nickname Tunk?
I have.
And who is your understanding of who that person is?
That would be Antonio Sledge.
And in listening to a number of these calls from the mornings of March 15th and March 16th, was there more information provided in these calls versus what Mr. Stillwell told you the night that you went and spoke to him that morning?
Yes.
Did you hear when Mr. Garland talked about, I believe, going into the basement of the home?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you observe a basement area of that home?
When I did my search warrant on the 17th, I did.
And where was that area located?
Underneath the house.
And from the search warrant, do you recall, was there an entrance to that location from the house, or did you have to go outside of the house to enter to that location?
Can't remember direct from in the house, but I know there was an outside entrance from what I saw.
Now, as you were listening to these calls, did you ever hear a call between Miss Taisha Alexander and Demikion Garlington?
Yes,
And are you familiar with the name of Taisha Alexander?
I am.
I want to publish from State's Exhibit 437 VV. The call on March 17, 2022 at 7:04 p.m., page 664. And we're going to play first timestamps 00 to 024, and then 158 to 215.
Hello? Yeah.
What the hell they got Shannon for?
I don't know. China called when like him and Clay got on a high speed chase to the Baba house.
Yeah.
Why the hell he in a high speed chase if he in a rental? His rental legit. He got my legit gun. Like what the hell was in the car that made him say he wasn't kin?
And now we're going to go to 158. 158.
So I don't know if he where my gun at. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But I know he not dumb. He ride around my gun for a reason. So if he do get pulled over, see what I'm saying? It's clean. So I know he not done with. I know I ain't worried about that. I'm just trying to figure out why the hell he locked up.
Exactly.
And listen to those calls. I believe we talked about this last week. Did you ultimately go to Arrowhead Pawn Shop and get a receipt for the FN gun that was found on March 17th, 2022 at the area of Meadowlark Lane?
I did.
All right. And who did that gun come back to?
Miss Taisha Alexander.
And then through your investigation, do you know, or are you aware of a nickname for Miss Alexander?
She was by Polka.
Your Honor, we're getting ready to play those two calls. Thank you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear on these next two calls it's going to be two different people talking. And for these two calls, it's only going to be Mr. Garlington's words that are evidence. You're not to consider the other speaker's statements against anyone or as substantive evidence in this trial on any count. It's just the conversation won't make any sense if you just hear Mr. Garlington's, but it's only Mr. Garlington's words that are going to be evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And at this time, the state is going to publish March 17th, 2022 at 4:10 p.m., which is page 635, and March 18th, 2022 at 6:21 p.m., which is page 820 of State's Exhibit 437 VV.
What's going on?
Where you at?
In the apartment?
You got your family?
Hell nah.
Nah, I got my shit. Just got down. What's in? So no folk got down.
Where you at?
I finna pull up. The meat on white out there.
Yeah. Nah, everybody out here though. I ain't got no fly. I been got down just chilling trying to see these folks on.
You say you trying to do what?
I said I just been chilling trying to see what these folks on before I get another fly.
What? Yeah, man, fuck you. Nah, cause them folks just got down, man. That shit, them folks, they hit the spot that they went in there, but still, it's just like, boy, Miss V, boy.
I know they hit that bitch.
Yeah, but now I just feel like Miss V on a nigga, boy. So I'm really trying to move cautious.
Well, definitely. You know that wrong.
Yeah.
And she saying y'all, she knows. Well, you know she on y'all.
Who all you say out there?
They regular, big, zoo them.
Big out there?
Yeah.
Alright, here I come.
Alright.
Yeah.
Now, before we publish the next call, in this call, what time was the search warrant executed on March 17th, 2022? Do you recall?
I want to say in the early afternoon.
Was it before 4:10 p.m.?
Yes.
And again, did you hear when Mr. Garlington talked about Miss V?
I did.
Is that your understanding that's the name that they call you?
It is.
All right. Now I'm going to publish March 18, 2022, 6:21 p.m. from 25 seconds to 54 seconds in the call.
I seen the new thing. They said the two they got, and they said one they got on outstanding one. They ain't say my name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I just still.
Well,
That's I just want to make sure I don't know what's going on.
yeah, you know I'm back though. I just really.
Now, in listening to that call, did you hear Mr. Garlington, talk about warrants in this case?
Yes.
All right. And is this call after Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Nichols have been arrested?
It is.
And in that call that we just heard, did you hear Mr. Garlington say, they ain't say my name, I just wanted to make sure?
I did.
And that he had seen something on the news?
Yes.
Now publishing March 21st, 2022 at 5:02:19 p.m. from 14 seconds to 46 seconds.
ain't dying down, so now these fuck niggas think they, yeah. That's all what's going on. Everything dying down. Yeah. You know how they go. That's why we goddamn went out of town for a little minute, bro. Let that shit die down. No, these niggas they wanted me to pay for the shit, and nobody want to put in their money to pay, bro. Real. Everybody hesitate to put in to pay for the fucking Airbnb. I'm like, man, fuck that shit. I'm telling you, man.
Now, in listening to that call, as a part of your investigation in this indictment, are you familiar with events surrounding the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with individuals going to Miami after the shooting death of Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I am.
And in this call, did you hear Demikion Garlington say that they were getting ready to go out of town for a little while until stuff died down?
I did.
Now we're going to publish March 22nd, 2022 at 6:21:41 p.m. from State's Exhibit 437 VV from 9:04 to 10:32.
Yeah. Okay. He got a lawyer, right? They say, bro, for to get all them boy money. Say he gonna get Brian and the other nigga, he gonna get out of it, like. Man, little child with the clothes got locked up for it. Nah, they who the one they said they looking for. I just talked to them the other day. About 2 days, yesterday, 2 days ago. I said the child on the low, like, oh hell no. Hell yeah, boy, he keep calling. Hey, D, bro. What the hell going on? I'm like, shit, but I don't know. Hey, damn. He calling you like what's going on? Yeah, he calling everybody. He just drunk. Yeah, hell yeah, but I ain't did nothing. Yeah, I know it. But you know how that shit, these bro, nigga just gonna have to ride. Nigga know you gonna get through it, but I just know a nigga like, well, nigga ain't did nothing, bro. You say let's try to ride, OD? Man, I mean, you don't really never know. Nigga don't have no choice. That be the thing. You don't have no choice. Like, yeah. You see what I'm saying? In real life, like, you ain't got no choice. You gotta go however long these folks ride you so they let you go. Yeah. I said, them boys gonna be good. But wow, I'm gonna put my name in that shit. Oh, hell no.
Yes.
Yes.
I want to ask you, have you heard of the name Little Blizzy?
Yes.
Okay. How have you heard of that name?
Through both my work on this indictment and the YFN indictment.
And do you know the given name for an individual who goes by the name of Little Blizzy?
I do.
And what is his given name?
His name is Carlos Barber.
And Carlos Barber, is he, from your investigation and working on both of these indictments, associated with any gang?
He's a member of YFN.
I want to publish from March 28th, 2022 at 1:56 a.m. from State's Exhibit 437 VV. Then we're going to follow immediately on March 28th, 2022 at 1:58 a.m. And then following again on March 28th, 2022 at 3:20 p.m.
Where the hell you at?
Hey, you know what's so crazy? You know what's so crazy? I was just finna call you and tell you I just ran into the nigga, bro.
For real?
How you know? That what you calling me about?
Nah. Hell, nah, not at all.
Oh, I thought nigga said something on Instagram.
What he said?
Nah, not him. The nigga, the Blizzard.
What he say?
Shit. You seen me turn his head
For real?
on DV. Yeah, you seen like I tried to look at him, like he turned this shit.
Where you see him at?
Man, we at the same hotel
Right now.
right now.
I'll be safe for that, man.
I know it, but I ain't got my.
The nigga favorite drill, J. Carl say he finna shoot a video. He want us in the video.
What about the studio?
Yeah, I'm finna meet them back up here, but he need to come back outside. But Lee, let me give you a gun or something.
Which one? Northside.
The one we were just at.
What was it?
Hold on, they calling out.
Next publishing March 28th, 2022 at 1:50 a.m.
Yo.
Hello?
Yeah. Twin.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
What happened?
Bro, you need to come over here and get me blick, bro.
I'm back. Where the hell you at?
Trying to keep them at the same one you just studio you just left, man. That shit got below me, bro. Your ass, I told you take the blick on with you, bro. It don't matter, bro.
Yeah, you right, bro.
You have to do what folk, then you have to go into them, bro. Like, come on, bro. You bumming the niggas, you ain't having no popping. Oh, that's man. That shit like below me, man. I don't like this shit.
It wasn't even that. It was just like this shit. I'm like, man, shit out wearing clothes. I ain't gonna run it, but I hear this on TV, but I didn't run that nigga ass.
Bitch, man. D-boy. D-boy, nigga got down. He way out. That one nigga, anytime nigga ain't got that blick on him, twin, that was some shit got down been on house, man.
Hey, yeah.
He way like that, bro. No blick, bro. You need to go get that blick, but you can take that blick home, bro. You can take them stick home or something, bro.
Nah, I got to fight the house. I just told you I ain't bring it that way. Like, you gotta send me the address.
Come to it. Just go get it. Look here, I'm finna pull in right now. You know I gotta have one of these niggas drop the pin.
Yeah.
But I'm pulling up right now.
So like on the GPS, what to type in?
Type in Little Head, see they come to a Little Head house. Cause he the exit after Little Head house. You feel me? I'm literally 2 minutes away from the studio right now. As soon as I get there, I can drop the pin.
Alright, well, I'm gonna have her go get my car.
Type in the game. Yeah, type in down the cave, gone. I don't even know this shit still on the prime time. That shit gone too. Type in this shit.
Right, all right.
I'm finna give you this address. Matter of fact, by the time you get up, put your clothes on, walk in the car. Jay, walk to the car. I'm gonna have the address.
I'm
turning in right now.
I'm just wait till you get right there.
You on speakerphone? You got my speakerphone? The same pin you just dropped the shout it.
Oh yeah. Alright.
Yeah, we right here. Come on.
Okay.
Alright.
Before we publish the next one, did you hear the terminology used, blick, in that call?
I did.
Have you heard that term before?
I have.
What is your understanding what a blick is?
Meaning a firearm.
And did you also hear the terminology stick?
I did.
And have you heard that term before?
I have.
And what is your understanding of what a stick is?
A long gun or a rifle.
And did you hear them talk about drop the location for Little Head?
Yes,
Okay. Are you familiar with that nickname?
I am, but there's a few of them.
Okay. Now publishing March 28th, 2022 at 3:20 p.m.
Hello?
Eddie,
What going on, bro?
what the hell going on?
Pulling up in the hood?
I'm up in the hood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you got
I
going?
go to. Oh shit, man! We just woke up.
You said you gotta go where today? You about to say you gotta go somewhere.
No, man, I got down to the hotel in Card last night, right?
Yeah.
I run to a op.
No.
I ain't got nothing on me. 'Cause I'm like, shit, but I'm finna go out here. I know I ain't about out here.
Yeah.
Head,
Go to the gym like.
yeah, buddy seen me turn the head. You know,
He seen you and turned the head.
yeah. He don't even know he got me down bad.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, man. What they even do?
Yeah. Right here with Keelan and Mooch.
I'm probably finna come right now.
All right.
In that call, did you hear when Mr. Garlington said he didn't even know he got me down bad?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard that terminology before, got me down bad, previously?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of got me down bad?
He was unprepared in a bad position. He would have had the upper hand.
What was the last part you said?
That he would have had the upper hand.
Who would have had the upper hand?
The person who caught him down bad.
Have you heard that term in any other way?
Yes.
Okay. What other ways have you heard the term got me down bad or caught down bad?
Just unprepared without a, typically, like you're caught without a firearm.
Now publishing March 29th, 2022 at 1:17 p.m. from State's Exhibit 437 VV.
Yo.
Hey.
Yeah.
I'm trying to shoot that ready.
They it's a good day. Hey, but I ain't gonna lie, we got to talk. We got to take better name out of that shit though. We got to. Man. You know, if bro fuck around and get wet, you know that shit come down on us. Yeah, type shit. Then they already. The nigga young Bruce so hot on the east side right now too. It like I don't know if they trying to build a case against niggas or what. Like you feel me right now. But they hot as fuck. Like they jumping out, just laying nigga down about them nigga. That's why they was so hot up and down the strip the other day, got on Glenwood the other day. That's why I ain't really been around nigga man. So it like come 2 days, so it's like, oh, I ain't need nobody trying to build no Rico on me. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So it's like
Am I able to get a quote on this one? Yeah, like an estimate.
so it's also shit like I was just sitting back thinking, Lil Head was even saying the same thing. He was like, shit, but I was gonna tell y'all nigga this shit, bro. That y'all probably need to say bro name, bro, cause his ass finna be gone. And even if y'all drop the song now, he get gone, gonna look like somebody else gonna do it. We drop the song later. I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah, you damn sure right. We just gonna take the nigga name out of this shit. We just gonna take, I ain't even scared shit, still fuck them, nigga, you feel me? Just some smart shit, cause I don't think them niggas will put a song out there without that. Well, at least we just switch it up, you feel me? Mm-hmm. So even if we say that, like, we'll be Licky for D, give me Shell, say something different, like, you feel me? Shell got that, Shell don't want that, or some shit, you know, I don't give a fuck, we say the same thing, I don't give a fuck about saying name, but I don't want you, you know what I mean, tie shit in. Alright. Yeah, let's do it then. Tell them all. I don't think you're get up and shit in a minute.
Now, listen to that call. Are you familiar with who Mr. Garlington was speaking with in that call?
I believe it's DeMarco Boyer.
And is that the same DeMarco Boyer we discussed last week regarding being in the area at the BP gas station right before the homicide of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
Yes.
And in that call, did you hear them discussing taking someone's name out of a song?
Yes.
Okay. And in that call, did they say the name of the person who they have to take out of the song?
I believe towards the end of the call they say Shell.
And when you were going through your March 22 kind of collection of social media, did you ever find a video in which there's a song referencing Shell Cal?
I did.
Okay. Along with other social media videos, did you collect those as a part of your investigation?
I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review that particular video and the other social media videos prior to your testimony today?
I have.
You're on permission to approach? I'm showing you what's been marked as 474 VV. Tell me if you recognize 474 VV.
This is a disc that I had reviewed and has my initials on it.
And does that appear to be all the social media, not all, but the social media videos that you pulled during that March 2022 period when you were looking at social media?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review all those videos? And did they appear to be complete videos from what you pulled in March of 2022?
Yes.
Any additions or deletions?
No.
You're right. This time the state would like to admit 474 VV into evidence. And permission to publish. Instagram is this?
That's the Instagram account of Demikion Garlington.
And what are you screen grabbing?
His story. If you're not familiar with Instagram, the story is something, it's not your profile picture or a picture on your profile where it stays there until you delete it. These are postings that you make that are automatically deleted after 24 hours.
And looking at his first story on here, do you see the Ocean and Drive Slim?
I do.
Posting. And is that the same person as we talked about, Christian McMiller from last week?
Correct.
Okay.
Mean shit, my people in the dirt. From the block where shots go off and niggas get murdered. This pain really running through my veins and it hurt. Trying to get far from home. Look my mama in the eye, so I wipe away all the tears. When
after every roll ahead. That boy doing 20 after, that shit killing me. I can't come. They fucked you up, Kim? Damn, man. I can't.
this money don't.
So looking at the first story, do you see the song that's being played on this particular Instagram story?
It's a song by Slime Life Shorty.
And are you familiar with that name?
I am.
And who is your understanding who Slime Life Shorty is?
A gentleman by the name of Wani Lee.
All right. And going to the last story, do they appear to be in a studio?
Yes.
All right. And did you see someone tagged by the name of Little Co?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that is?
That would be DeMarco Boyer.
Is that the same DeMarco Boyer who was on a call that we just listened to?
It was.
Right. And did you hear where they were rapping the song?
I did.
All right. In hearing them rap the song, was there a mention of Shell Kel?
Yes.
Or Kel?
Yes.
And was the verse something to the effect of Kel and Whack being in that verse at the same time?
Yes.
And have you heard the terminology whacked before?
I have.
And what is your understanding of that terminology?
Killed.
I'm going to now publish April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m. from Stacey Exhibit 437 BV.
Hello. Hey, what's up, bro? What's up? Yeah, B. Say what? Yeah, B. What's up, nigga? What the hell going? Man, shit, right here, listen to the new boy, B. Huh? I said, right here, listen to the new young boy. What he got going? You been all right?
Yeah, hell yeah, you know I can't hit you on that other phone. That shit, bro. I'm fuck on that motherfucker.
For real? Oh, you on? Oh, this another one?
Nah, it's
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, bro. I know. I said, I ain't just like FaceTime. How to say? That's what you right. I told him I ain't got it.
I really can't respond to it. I just like, yeah.
Yeah.
I can't, man. That motherfucker. They don't fuck tripping on that motherfucker.
For real, man.
Yeah. I said one shit. I had said shit. I'm gonna go straight to my grandma house like that. Stay out that motherfucker.
Yeah, hell yeah. But yeah, she told me that them was just there.
Yeah.
Right now, like what on north inside.
Nah, I'm with Free.
You were free?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And they do the Free.
They do. Yeah, they. Damn. Somebody said it. T-Rock was up there with you or something?
Yeah, T-Rock was downstairs with me.
Yeah, cause somebody asked me in the hood. They're like, bro, down there with T-Rock. I'm like, I ain't no T-Rock locked up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What the hell
yeah.
been going on? Everything. What the hell? What's up with Trump, man? What the hell
What are you doing?
Trump crazy like that?
What are you saying?
Just Trump crazy. Nah, all that little shit there.
You talking crazy about Mal?
Nah, it's about me talking about Miles and shit.
Bro, I ain't on DP. I ain't heard of that.
Yeah, it's a lot of little shit I told boy.
Yeah.
Had me blowed.
They blow.
Had me blowed.
Oh yeah. I ain't talked to him, bro. The only person that be talking to is Mal.
Yeah.
Like yeah, he be asking like what's going on. I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. What the hell?
But like in order. Damn, bro. Like them other.
Everything smooth though.
Yeah, I know it. I already know that.
They just got damn. They on Miles though.
Yeah.
Cause I don't know why the fuck he can get out the car.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm telling folks. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like, they just saying about it. I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. They gonna assume that, like, oh, like, y'all ain't did, ain't kill me, so.
That's what I keep telling goddamn. Lil, I keep telling him like, just chill. Like, I know,
Yeah, cause they
this
saying
ain't
he panicked.
nothing. Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like, they just doing that cut. They seen as a goddamn gas station. Like, just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hell yeah, man. That's what I'm telling. I keep telling him all the time. She telling like, listen, bro. Just like you, like, bro. I'm telling him probably in the cat. Listen, bro. No, just tell him before you don't want to talk, bro. Like,
Not one word.
yeah.
Go down on what they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Hell yeah. I ain't know that though, but soon I didn't. I didn't tell him how. Yeah. But I stay telling him, like, hey, bro. But, like, he'll probably just call me, just like, you heard? And I'm like, yeah, nah. I'm like, shit, I know. I'm like, I keep in contact through, you know what I'm saying? They folk. I'm like, I ain't turning on the phone. I'm like, he'll understand that anyway, though.
Yeah, I ain't doing that anyway.
Yeah, I already know you ain't. I already know. Yeah.
But ugly though, boy, I need you.
I know. I already know. Thank you. I already know that. I told her like, I told her when you got 1,000, she said 800 to 1,000.
I told her like tell him I need 1,000, but anything in between, just got down.
Oh no, yeah. She ain't tell me that, but bro, you know I got.
Yeah.
I know, like, well, I talked to one call today, and she told me tell y'all just like be patient, cause she haven't had I talked to her. She DM me.
Who White?
Yeah. She like, man, just tell them like, man, no, we ain't probably gonna leave them folk like that down there, like. Just tell them to be patient. It was a day, good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, man, just tell them to be patient, bro. Bro, I got it.
I'm already knowing that part. I just like I know like how that go. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really tripping on that. I ain't tripping. Like I've been just trying to keep Buddy calm. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah, do that, bro. Yeah, bro.
I don't really be liking that Codefiend shit. That shit be having me all out like.
Yeah. But then when Bella was telling somebody, what the hell is she saying? Foreign farming.
Who?
She told me something about foreign farming.
Okay.
Yeah. She really called me telling me to be careful. I was a little corn out. And they would a little nigga. I ran into the boy a little blizzard by myself.
Yeah?
Yeah. I ran into him. Yeah. I ran into him by myself. Like, that's on TV showing that boy see me turn the head.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. But like, we was on live and coding nobody be on my page and shit. So I don't know who told shot a video chat like, bro, when I ain't run. I say, nigga, I say, you ain't run. You damn sure turn your head bad, though.
Huh?
Nah, I ain't say you ran. You damn sure turn your head when you see me, though.
Yeah.
I ain't knowing what you want. I'm like, listen, bro. You know what's going on. Like, before all this shit, like, Shadow was straight.
Yeah.
I'm like, shit, bro, you know. I'm like, you know what's going on. Like, he like, bro, ain't no problem with you, bro, with everybody. I'm like, listen, bro. You know how this shit is, bro. You know how this shit go. Like, I'm like, yo, I used to speak to you and everything. I'm like, shit, that ain't going on no more, bro. I'm like, y'all, nigga. I'm like, yeah, that's on TV. I'm like, man, I had a little Corin right there. I told Corin to be quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but now they just made a video about an hour ago on Cleveland at the store with little sticks and shit, like, yeah, all in out hood. I'm like, girl, y'all, push that.
Man, they on some, they, man. Oh, I be saying stay away from that. That's some police shit. Bro.
Yeah, man.
That's 12 shit. I ain't with that.
Yeah. Damn, man.
It's all good. Everything.
I know it. So you still ain't got no lawyer right now? Like they won't take no payment?
They ain't really saying, but I ain't really saying that. You just really like, just chill, be patient. Like same thing, White tell you.
Yeah. Okay. So I ain't been around like y'all say
They
Rome
would.
ain't talking to nobody. Like they say they like, bro, I ain't never seen that nigga hurt like that. Well, that nigga hurt behind that shit.
Yeah. I think that's the other one he really fucked with.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, man. Everyone want to talk to your ass too, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell?
That nigga Robert
What?
Kill
Who?
posted that.
I heard.
Yeah. No, I could be funny with free wife and those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
I told him that shit. I'm like, man, that man helped 12 in here.
Man, what? Font them say they call him. Font be slam on him. They say he reckon the police in the game shit. Like they say like he got police like he probably don't know, but like them folk like they watching his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they following his ass.
Mhm.
Yeah. So they said they were finna do it. We got 12 pulled them over or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I don't chill though. Something, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what he on.
Yeah.
I'll tell him boy about this shit. I was like, man, he be like, you ain't gotta tell me. I already know. Like, home be got tripping.
Yeah.
Like on the other one, like people like, man, you know, I stand on more. Man, I fought with but home on the other. I think about it on some female shit.
Man, I don't know, man. Yeah, I ain't on DB. I ain't heard nothing about that though.
Yeah.
But I ain't even talk. Only time we talked to him, I talked to him like the same night y'all got locked up.
You gotta add when you call boy, you gotta add boy what he say, cause I can't really say like, cause she won't really just tell me like in detail, but she just she just beating around the bush. I really be telling her, man, shit fuck up.
Yeah.
On that wasn't I, cause I ain't going for that strand.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know I got you, bro. I had the law trying to got down. I just had to take care of got down. You know I got you though, bro. You gotta got down the whole time, bro. You know I know how that shit is. Like I'm knowing like nigga need this shit. Like I ain't got you, bro. I'm here with you, man.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to get.
I ain't gonna, like, I ain't gonna, I send word, but like, cause like, I don't even be having to say your name. Like, she know who I be talking about. I don't be talking about nobody else, but I ain't gonna hit you on that motherfucker, like, ever. You know what I'm saying? But, everything really good, though.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like. Yeah, I heard that shit. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, bro, that shit was fast as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is. Just assume. Hey,
Yeah, I already know. Like when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, them. You know how they gunpowder, forensics, all that shit there.
yeah.
You gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what the hell, twin man? You still in yo?
Yeah. I said, what is that?
You know what I'm saying?
LT. Who?
Yo, folk.
Yeah. I was there with him yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out of town now. Yeah, he's gonna get ready to come back. I was just gonna lie with his ass.
Yeah. You ain't talked all night. That whole night crazy, bro.
Yeah, I just talked to her today.
Man, that be crazy.
I was telling him, I'm like, he on the cell phone, like, he probably be over there, like, what not? She's like, what? So you think you gonna tell on me? I'm like, man, hell nah.
She crazy. I don't even be texting that back no more.
I should be texting on, like, on the tablet and shit.
Yeah, I don't even be responding to that. That crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm finna get bro back his phone, right? I'm gonna get up with you though.
I do that, man. I got you.
Love you.
I love you too.
All right.
Somebody needs to take a restroom break, so let's go ahead and take a break right now.
All right, so Jerry.
All right, let's break. Thank you. Go ahead.
Investigative review, just a few follow-up questions regarding the call we just listened to. Were you familiar with the voice that Demikion Garlington was speaking to on the last call we just heard?
Yes,
And whose voice was that?
that'll be Shannon Stillwell.
Right. And on that call, is Mr. Stillwell using the phones at the Fulton County Jail?
No, he's not.
From your review of the wiretap, did that appear to be a cell phone that he was using inside of the Fulton County Jail?
It did.
And did you hear early in the call where Mr. Stillwell said he had to stay off that MFR because they came to my house?
Yes.
Did you ever go to his grandmother's house to collect cell phones?
I did.
And we'll talk more about that in a few moments. And when you went to his grandmother's house to collect cell phones, was that prior to this phone call?
Yes.
Now, from your experience in law enforcement and working with the Fulton County Jail, when there are cell phones being used in that jail, are they monitored? Outside of a wiretap, are they monitored?
No, they're not.
Now, on that call, did you hear them talking about Miles?
I did.
This call is on April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m. To your knowledge, had Miles been arrested for the Shamel Drinks homicide at this time?
I don't believe so.
Also, did you hear on the call towards the latter part of the call, Mr. Stillwell talking about, speaking of when they go to wipe it down, if they do that, gunpowder is going to come back clean?
Yes.
So he wasn't tripping on nothing?
Correct.
And in that call, did you hear Mr. Garlington telling SB that they made a video about an hour ago on Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
Right. When you were looking at social media, did you ever capture any videos of members of YFN on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes,
And is that contained on the disc that you just reviewed?
it is.
I'm now going to publish number 1 on 474 VV.
Right now, outside, right now, at your mother. Ryan, yeah. Ain't no way going on. Right now. Right now. Okay, Paul, right there, y'all. Yeah. We be outside. I'm going hard from now, yeah. Hey, the red line. Police out here on y'all block.
Man, we ain't worried about now, nigga, man. That's it. In the hood.
That shit on there.
What's going? In the hood.
A few questions. were you familiar with the Instagram handle Shell_Haiti44?
Yes.
And who is that?
That one, I don't know the real name. They were changing them so quickly, but I knew it was somebody that was associated with the group.
And what about Little Blizzy?
That would be Carlos Barber.
Is that the same Carlos Barber that was referenced, or the same Little Blizzy referenced in the call we heard a few moments ago?
Yes,
Or a few calls ago. And are you familiar with Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
And was that Cleveland Avenue that was captured in that video?
It was.
And at one point towards the end of the video, they were at a gas station. Did you remember seeing that?
Yes,
Are you familiar with that gas station?
I am.
What gas station is that?
I believe that was 221 Cleveland Avenue.
And when you were looking at the various public Instagram pages, were you able to see who was following who?
I was.
With Mr. Garlington's page, were you able to see if he was following the Shell Kel Instagram handle?
Yes.
Yes, you were able to see it?
Yes,
And was he following the Shell Kel handle?
he was.
Now we're going to publish from 437 VV, April 3rd, 2022 at 9:06 p.m.
My brother.
What's up, bro?
What a good guy. Damn, bro, good to hear your voice, shawty.
Hello.
Whoa.
Whoa, hey, listen,
What?
brother.
What's down?
Hey, little Miles up there, right?
Little mile.
Yeah, my little slime brother Miles just got there. I need you to tell him, bro.
All right, where he? I'm finna find out. I'm in the room. I got Kelly here. We're finna find out what the hell pull on Mile. Little Mile, you know where he is?
Yeah, tell him, bro.
Oh, now they on phone. On phone say shit. We gotta see where he is so we can get them make their call.
Little Mile make the clothes, right?
Little Mile who make the
Yeah.
call. Whoa.
Yeah,
He said yeah. He said yeah.
Why you get him on the line?
Nah, he ain't here with us. We need to see where he is. Yeah, we need to track him down. Yeah, we finna track him down. What the hell y'all got going?
Oh, shit, we in the hood. We just trying to make these straight.
Okay, well, shit, we need to go and get on it now, right? Cause there's some shit going on in them motherfuckers too, so we need to go and track them down now so we can get there and have that already overstood.
All right, then
I'll pull back up on y'all.
all right.
Sorry.
And listen to these calls. Were you familiar with the voices on the calls?
I am.
Okay. So first, the person said, I need to look out for my slime brother, Miles. Who is that individual speaking?
That would be Quantavious Greer. He goes by the name Umfunk.
And based on your investigation, is that Mr. Williams, Jeffrey Williams' brother?
It is.
And then to whom is he speaking to?
He's speaking to a gentleman named Frank Huber, a.k.a. Capo Frank.
And how are you familiar with that individual?
I've assisted on investigations with Mr. Hubert previously.
And is he associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
He holds a leadership role with the Goodfellas criminal street gang.
And are you familiar with any gang ties that Mr. Greer has?
Yes.
And what, if any, gang ties does he have?
He's associated with both YSL and the Goodfellas criminal street gang.
And on April 3rd, 2022, were you aware if Mr. Miles Farley had been arrested by this time?
Yes, he had been.
Now I want to publish April 3rd, 2022 at 9:10 p.m.
Bro. Hey, D.
Yeah.
What the hell going, bro? God damn, good to hear your voice, nigga.
Man, that's what I'm trying to say. I was trying to holler at you. I called you the other day when you called me checked on you. The shit went good for me.
I know, I got a goddamn, I had to reset my phone. I'm finna say the number now. I had to reset my phone and shit. It was tripping. Hey, but look.
You been all right?
Yeah, hey, I'm cool. Right, look, tell bro, when Shawty called, tell him to make sure he call, because it's 9 times. Look, I think he's still on classification flow.
Yeah, he's still on classification.
Yeah, so tell him when he calls, tell brother to call me on three-way, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we you know, classification shit, we ain't everybody up here, we ain't got nobody on classification. You know, they come in and out.
You on sitting off, ain't you?
Nah, I'm still on the field floor. I'm on 5-star.
Are you on the fifth?
Yeah.
You got that with you?
Yeah, he right there though.
How the hell they got them on the fifth floor?
Man, you know, goddamn, well, you know Frank doing it on. You know Frank fuck with her like that's his way of showing. You know, that's his way of showing that he fuck with her. You know how that shit be.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Shaw goddamn, boy, you know, I fucked. I could put y'all up. You know how you gonna be careful when you see a nigga ass. I could have put y'all on staff, but you know I goddamn put you down there. Let you, man, go on, you know they can't see it, Frank. Hey, here, say what the fuck going, D?
Who said that?
Here.
I was telling my boy, I said, what the hell going on, man?
He say what the hell going on. He in the room with me.
Oh, he in the room? I
Yeah.
seen him, he was locked up.
Yeah, he in the room with me.
Yeah, man.
But I know y'all on the block. I ain't gonna hold you up. Look, I know y'all on the block. I know you gotta keep your eye open, right? Man, tell brother, make sure he call him three-way so a nigga goddamn know what to do. Well, nigga know what to do, but we need to see exactly where he is.
Yeah, he
Now, you talked a few minutes ago about Quantavious Greer being associated with both YSL and Goodfellas.
Correct.
Is there an alliance between Goodfellas and YSL?
There is.
And how are you familiar with that alliance?
Through investigations that I've worked.
And from the investigations that you worked, are you familiar with how that alliance was formed?
Mr. Greer, when he came back into the fold with his brother, I believe he was already a member of the Goodfellas. And then when he got back with his brother, who was in a leadership role with YSL, the two became one.
Now, in that call, did you hear Garlington telling someone by the name of Kel, or through the person on the phone telling someone named Kel hello, or tell Kel I said what up, that's my boy?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, are they talking about Shell Kel or someone else?
They're not. It's somebody else.
Okay. Within the jail, with those two calls that we just listened to, the one at 9:06 p.m. and the one at 9:10 p.m., what was your understanding of what was happening in those two calls?
That Mr. Greer was trying to ensure that Mr. Farley was shielded within the jail by Mr. Hubert and protected.
And through your investigations as a gang investigator, Is that uncommon for gang members to try to get protection for other gang members while in jail or incarcerated?
I'm sorry, you say uncommon or common?
Is that uncommon?
No.
I want to now publish April 4th, 2022 at 7:38 p.m. And we're playing first from 44 seconds to 2:05, and then from 10:09 to 10:25.
Yeah, so what you got going?
Yeah.
You talk to AB?
Yeah. He called him on the other thing. He don't know what. Fresh shit.
On the 5th?
Yeah. That's what I said. That's why I asked Fred. I'm like, how the hell both of them get down there? He was like,
Oh,
the
you know
nigga.
why?
Yeah.
Out on the South Low.
Oh, for real? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but they saying this shit high profile and shit. But Fred saying the nigga, they did that showing he fucked with him and shit.
Say it again.
I say Fred said the officer nigga did that for him.
Man, Fred, come here.
Yeah, I already know. I called him last night because phone had and told him to call him because Lil Miles just got locked up. You know, that his first time. They like, hey, man, make sure he's straight.
Who did?
Lil Miles.
Dory, baby dad?
Nah, hell no. Young nigga, look, do it for Phil. Who be got now doing the clothes and shit?
Oh, the one who made the clothes, the light skinned?
Yeah.
That's how the phone. Oh my God, why I call him?
Yeah. I was just with that nigga last night. We went to the studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, we smashed it. Man, goddamn, I need you back out here, man. Shit crazy, man. I like, man, get the hell on.
Yeah, listen. That's why he keep calling me, trying to come get me every day.
Were you familiar with the person who Mr. Garlington was speaking with? The voice.
Originally, or like at the beginning of the call?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe it was Mr. Copeland.
And at this time, were you aware if Mr. Copeland was incarcerated?
He was.
Okay. And do you know when he was arrested?
I believe in October of 2021.
And was that, we're not going to go into it, but did you speak with Mr. Copeland when he was arrested in October 2021?
I did.
Right. And to your knowledge, was he in continuous custody even past April of 2022?
I believe so.
We're going to now publish April 8th, 2022 at 6:19:51 p.m. And we're publishing from 8:28 to 9:24.
Up emotion. He like, what? Man, your homo definitely tripping with that shell kill shit. Like, yeah, then he like, what?
I don't fuck them niggas, but hey, boy, then when he started getting saying like, oh yeah, boy, I got something for whoever get him. Boy, I got something for whoever get him. Yeah, like, yeah, oh shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I just like, bro, you on all that fake ass shit, bro. Go ahead on, bro. I'm telling you, man. Like, yeah, bro, nigga, what all that fake shit, bro? You know what it is? I'm just like, bro, yeah, man. Go ahead on. Somebody said they seen him in the car with the boy. Huh? I don't know how true it is. Somebody said they seen the boy killed in the car with him. I don't forget who the hell they told me. In the car with him? Yeah. There's a fool there. Yeah. Somebody.
Next, we're going to publish April 9th, 2022 at 7:33 p.m.
Hello. What's up? You got a slider? Who is that? They Koya. Oh, they Koya, man, I'm tripping. No, that's what we looking for one now. Damn. Where the hell you at? Right here with the op. You with the who? Man, I'm with him, buddy. You know I ain't gonna talk on no phone. Oh, for real? Yeah, at the West End. At the West End? Yeah. Damn, man. Hey. And he ain't got no car. Your girl just pulled out in the car. For real? Yeah, that whole peanut just pulled out. Damn, who there with him? Nobody up there by himself. He got something on him? No, I don't know. I just came up here gambling, but he just got the little jewelry on. Alright, let me call you right back. Alright.
We're going to publish April 9th, 2022 at 7:35 p.m. But while we're pulling that up, have you ever heard the term slider?
I have.
What is your understanding what a slider is?
A car to use in a crime.
Where you at, bro?
What's
GG.
Oh, I just came to the house. I was on the block.
Oh, I'm right here riding through right here. I just got a car. The boy Johnny got down around the way, so he got something on him.
For real?
Yeah, I thought you ran away. I was gonna come pick you up.
I just left from this side.
I know how that shit is. But you far out in?
Yeah, I'm in Fanola.
Oh yeah, damn.
Yeah, they say you ran around with it though.
Yeah, he got that gambling house. I ain't in no slide. I was just gonna I'm finna see how I'm finna do this shit though. I'm finna I probably need to put paper tag on them motherfuckers.
And just call, let me know, man.
Alright.
Do you know who he was speaking with?
I do.
Who was that?
Antonio Sumlin, a.k.a. Obama.
And at the time, did you have a wire on Mr. Sumlin's phone as well?
I did.
And did you hear the reference about the boy Johnny's around the way?
I did.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Johnny?
I am.
How are you familiar with that individual?
At that time, Mr. Garlington was engaged in a conflict with him.
Johnny associated with any gang?
He's an associate of you. I wouldn't put him as a gang member.
Associate of what gang?
Previously, it was YSL, but then went to YFN. And as of present day, I couldn't give you his current affiliation.
Now publishing April 9th, 2022 at 7:41 p.m. And while that's being published, did you hear them talk about, on that call, I don't have a slider, but I got a card with a paper tag on it.
Yes.
Is there any significance to you as a gang investigator of someone having a card with a paper tag versus an actual tag?
Yes.
What, if any, significance is that to you?
They often will use paper tags in place of real tags on a vehicle to conceal the owner of the vehicle.
Now publishing April 9th, 2022 at 7:41 p.m.
I can't grow. Hello? Hey, you ain't got no iPhone, like? Yeah, nah. Why you say that? Nah, son, I don't want to talk on the phone. I was finna tell you something. Nah, son, I don't want to talk on the phone. I was finna tell you something on the. I'm gonna get pieced up. I'm gonna get pieced up on right quick. Just like FaceTime, because they can't hear on that FaceTime shit. I'm putting FaceTime audio you. Alright.
And lastly, when we talked about FaceTime and the reason why FaceTime is used, was this an explanation of why FaceTime is used, what we just heard in this call?
Yes.
And the three calls we just heard, April 9th, 2022 at 7:33, April 9th, 2022 at 7:35, and his last call, April 9th, 2022 at 7:41. Were those calls all back-to-back within 9 minutes of each other?
Yeah. Yes.
Now I want to publish April 13th, 2022 at 5:02 p.m.
Yo. Hey, call fresh, bro. Call fresh. Yeah, them nigga hit them at the mob, and 9 dude nigga just jumped on Lil Miles. For real? Yeah, bro. Hold on. I'm calling fresh on three-way. What the hell, Lil Miles? Where Lil Miles at? Yeah, right. I know what I'm saying. What flow you on? You don't know what flow? I don't know. Hold on. What's the call fresh now? His shit going straight to voicemail. He probably got it up. I'm finna tell him time. All right, still ain't call me. All right. Hey, how you doing?
Now, do you know who was speaking with each other? Are you familiar with the two voices?
I know one was Mr. Garlington. I couldn't really hear the other.
Did you hear when the person said they're talking about mob and 9 dudes just jumped on Little Miles?
Yes.
Have you heard the terminology, the mob?
Yes.
Do you know what's that affiliated with?
The Goodfellas.
Is that the name that they call themselves?
Yes.
And then what about 9 dudes? Have you heard that term before?
I have.
And who is that associated with?
9 Deuce would refer to the Inglewood family Gangster Bloods. That's going to be the traditional gang that YFN is associated with.
And based on your investigation, was that an issue that the mob and 9 Deuce got together and jumped on Little Miles?
Yes. It was, because the mob was supposed to have been protecting him.
And supposed to have been protecting Little Miles?
Yes, Miles Farley.
I want to publish 13th, 2022 at 5:23 p.m. Is that about 20 minutes after the call we just heard?
It is.
Hey, send me first number.
Alright. Hey, that nigga had until
That shit crazy, bro.
Huh?
That shit crazy if you nigga rocking like that, bro.
Yeah, see, what you talking about?
Now that they put him in the room with Quay.
They put him in the room with Quay?
Yeah, they put him in the room with Quay and Nord.
Who, Mal? Man, Noah just called me Noah just called me like 2 days ago. I need to tell Noah don't have the phone, but goddamn that whole woman came in there and got that shit. But I'm finna tell him to call me from the wild phone and see what's going on. I'm finna see your friend number. Hold on, his friend number right here though. 470.
Hold on, 470.
558.
Yeah.
6342. I had to tell him to call me, but I'm gonna call you. I'm finna tell Noah to call me.
Alright.
In that call, did you hear them make a reference to, I'm going to have them use the wall phone to call me?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the term wall phone?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that term?
From other investigations that I've had.
And what is the wall phone?
That's going to be the phones that are available to the inmates at the Fulton County Jail.
And then in that call, did you hear a reference to Quay and Nard?
I did.
Based on your investigation, are you familiar with what Quay and Nard they're referencing?
I am.
Who's Quay?
Marquavius Huey.
And who is Nard?
Tinquarius Mender.
And to your knowledge, were Huey and Mender in a cell together?
Yes, they were.
And throughout listening to the wire tap calls, did you ever hear any calls between Mender, Huey, and Garlington on these wire calls?
I believe so, yes.
We're now published April 14th, 2022 at 11:05 p.m.
I was trying goddamn I seen the text message, right?
Yeah, on phone had wanted me to call you. Yo.
Well, what's up, bro?
What's up, nigga?
Huh?
What going on with you?
Oh shit, man! Look, I was trying goddamn I seen the text message, right?
Yeah, on phone had wanted me to call you. The man got jumped on.
I know it. That's why I was telling y'all when you remember last time I told you, I say when Lil Miles leave in classification, make sure y'all tell him to hit so a nigga know
we called you soon. He got up there, but Nord up there. I had see Nord in 400.
Yeah.
And Miles in 500, but Nord told him nigga to stand down. Them niggas still had them jump on, bro. But Nord say he gonna handle it though.
Yeah.
But they now see what Unfo was trying to see. They were saying it was a mob nigga and some 9 dude niggas jumped on, bro.
Yeah, we just heard the same thing too. That's why we trying to figure out who the fuck up there mob and supposed to jump in with some YFN niggas or some shit.
Yeah, that what Fulton was trying to call you and see like who the hell That
Oh
was
no,
Marv.
tell him I heard the same thing. Cause goddamn shit, get with goddamn Third heard the same thing. Saying some mob nigga teaming up with some blood nigga on YV. I'm like, hell no.
Yeah, I had them called you 2 times with Punk on the phone.
Yeah, tell him. I just tell that man when you talk to him
you want to
call his ass.
You want to call on 3-way?
Yeah, call him through yo.
Hold on. Yeah, we had them called about 2-3 times yesterday. I had them gave me a number too.
Man, some shit been going on. These little niggas goddamn. It's some shit going on. These little young niggas. Keep goddamn talking about some third word. These young niggas in here talking crazy, man.
Hold on, I'm gonna call on 3-way.
And we're going to now publish April 14, 2022 at 11:09. At 11:09.
Yo, hold on, he had goddamn. Hold on. I'm gonna call him, twin. Don't hang up back. Yeah. What? Okay. Hello.
Whoa. Oh yeah, bro.
Whoa, brother.
Man, yeah. That's why I was just telling. I was just telling the goddamn Scarface, right? That's why I was telling y'all. I was telling Scarface tell you because you went answer the phone. That's why we need you to pick up the phone, whoa. That's why I was telling him to tell you when Miles lead classification hit so a nigga know exactly where he going. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, he say goddamn bro don't got jumped on and shit. Nigga don't talk. They shit don't got back down here to nothing. They talking about some mob nigga supposed to be teaming up YSL. We heard the same thing that we trying to find out who the fuck that is up there.
Yeah. I'm trying to see who up there with them though. Who got the
man,
phone?
it's supposed to be football. Football's supposed to be up there with you, you know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't talk to y'all like that because y'all ain't goddamn. He ain't, you know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna get in that deal like we're gonna have the bees, you know what I'm saying? Shawty gonna, like, he just be on some lame shit, but I'm gonna get it. Like I talked to Third say he heard the shit last night too. So some brothers pushed up like, what, the mom supposed to be teaming up wild man? I'm talking about why you must be talking about me, bro. Wild man. He like, hell no, where the hell you heard that from? He like, they were going on the right street. He like, hell no, I got goddamn friends who's saying down there.
Yeah, see, Pope just called me and like, hey man, hey, give me a number on Frank Hussein, cause whoever that try to team with them niggas, they gotta get white. Like, we ain't going for that like that.
Man, listen, whoa, you know they finna get white once they jumped on Shawty with some wild thing, nigga. That's a violation. That's against protocol. You know they finna get white down for even doing it.
I already know. I said, nigga, this shit, this probably like a million.
Man, whoa, listen, I'll give you my word, whoa. Them, whoever did that, you know what I'm saying? I'll give you my word they ass to get wet, whoa. I'll give you my word because first of all, if they had a situation going on, you know what I'm saying? We got protocol to follow. Y'all nigga ain't contact me or Hussein, you see what I'm saying? So they really in so many words saying they bigger than this shit. Y'all them niggas ain't bigger than this shit, so they finna get spanked.
Exactly. What flow Capo Low on?
He up there on the south floor. That's what I'm saying. Everything, you know, we got structure in the whole jail. You know what I'm saying? We got structure in the whole jail. So for them young niggas to do that mean they ain't tuned in, or they just from some young niggas that just came up there.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
but I told Nord up there in the dorm with him. He said he gonna have
Nord up there in the dorm with him.
See, Nord can't do nothing with the mob, so that's why we trying to get that out.
No, get with it. See, and then get with Nord don't want to get with Scarface. You gotta let Nord know he can't cross that boundary. You know what I'm saying? Like, not dealing with the mob, cause that's our territory. Like, this is something we got to clean up and straighten out. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
if Nord,
Nord do what? You say Nord do what?
Yeah, you gotta tell Nord let up handle this situation because. That way, you know how they gonna look on the. You know, a nigga fuck with Nord, but Nord gonna handle this business, and he ain't there. You already know what that shit gonna lead to. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I said no. Tell no, he can't We gonna handle that shit with them. We finna handle that with them. Period.
Man, that shit been getting held. That shit been getting held today. We been on the phone all last night. That shit, yeah, low on the sound floor. Ain't listen. Well, me and Frank on the still floor.
Yeah, I know how I don't just like, man. Say he just felt like them nigga didn't listen, so I say he don't handle it.
But man, we need to find out what name because
yeah, see, he was on jail phone. He was just like he told like he didn't want to say no names and shit. So goddamn, he had two cell phones. They goddamn. He said he had up there now. No, he hadn't got.
Okay. Well, get what I know. Football up there with a line. He up on the third. I'm finna tell word that he goddamn to hit football to get the name up there. And I'm finna tell word to make football have that being though.
What he on 6 off? He on 6 off. He on 6 off. So that's the only damn.
Yeah, he on. That's the only one I know got a line up there. It ain't too many lines over there on 6 off. Yeah.
What floor 17 on?
17 on 7th floor. He that low bump mate. They in the room together.
Okay, listen. This what's going on. I got to Quay just hit me too, right?
Oh yeah, Quay. I just sent Quay my number. I got to make sure Quay straight over there too. Quay on 5 North.
Yeah, no. Quay said some blood nigga said somebody they talked to you, and somebody you said we ain't got nothing to do with that. So I get Quay like the nigga saying that you setting this up. We ain't got nothing to do with Quay. I'm like,
man, tell Quay, hold on. Tell Quay he'll be a fool if he listen to anything a blood nigga came from. If a blood nigga say anything, didn't say my name, tell Quay he a fool to goddamn to even believe it ain't coming to me first.
So I said this time I know home is a Richmond. Home is
man, listen, fool. When you get Quay back online, I just sent my number over there. My number is supposed to be over there by now, so he's supposed to be hit me, but he ain't hit yet. So I know if he gonna call you, call me on 3-way. You see what I'm saying?
I'm with one of them going for. I need him one anyway.
That way, shit. There ain't nothing around right now, whoa. Ain't nothing around. We trying to put we trying to put something together now. That's why we've been trying to find a nigga that know how to fly a drone. If you get what you get buy one, man, we gotta get somebody who know how to fly a drone, man. We got a hole in the water right now, bro.
We gotta find somebody one of them that we'll set everybody straight then, bro.
Yeah. Hey, Scarface, Scarface, how long I been telling you about we got a hole in the water to find somebody with a drone?
Yeah, he been telling me that.
You saw that? Yeah. The hole been in the water. The hole been in the water for at least about 3 weeks now. That we been trying to work that move because these police ain't trying to do that right now.
Yeah. Okay, so we just gotta find somebody that know how to fly one.
Man, you find somebody know how to fly a drone, man. We get the pack tonight right now. I can get man. We can get somebody to do that for.
Yeah, so we can find somebody that know how to do that real quick.
Man, get what we can get the pack every day until you say stop, goddamn, getting the pack in.
Man, listen, I ain't gonna say shit. I want you to smack the hell out of that man.
It's all right. But man, yeah, Quay just signed word. Yeah. Tell you, get what? It's a lot of shit. Get what? Cause look, it's a lot of shit going around.
What side he on, friend? He on your side or
man? He on. Man, whoa, we got the whole jail. They would didn't understand stuff, baby. We got the whole jail. We in tune every day, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We ain't got no side. We got the whole jail. The side Quay on, I know he gonna be good to that. My side, I left over there. I left that whole side straight, so that side I'm running over there. So I know Quay gonna be straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I still we just able to try to find somebody not to fly one.
All right, but listen, make sure Quay hit because listen, tell Quay don't go out with a nigga say if you don't get a name. I need a name because that's the only way I can know what to do. You know what I'm saying? Get a name from get names. That's the only way we can get big in the house. We gotta get names, bro.
All right, stay left.
All right, twice.
So a few questions about that call. One, how many people are on that call at any one time? Is it 3 people on the call, I should say?
I believe so. It's hard. It goes in and out.
Are you familiar with some of the voices you heard on the call?
I am.
Okay. Was Mr. Garlington on the call?
Yes.
What other voices were you familiar with?
Mr. Greer?
And is that the same Unfung that we spoke about earlier?
Yes.
All right. And then who else?
Mr. Hubert?
And that's the same Mr. Hubert we discussed earlier?
It is.
Now, did you hear them reference an individual by the name of Football?
I did.
Were you familiar with that name?
I am.
How were you familiar?
I was part of the team that worked on the case that he was in the Fulton County Jail for at that time.
And do you know what Football's given name is?
I do.
What is that?
DaVincio Rogers.
Spell DaVincio, please.
DeVincio.
And was Mr. Rogers associated with a gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
He holds a leadership role, the rank of capo within the Goodfellas.
And then towards the end of the call, did you hear them discussing about flying a drone into the jail?
I did.
And did you hear them talking about a particular hole inside the jail in which they could fly the drone into?
Yes, a hole in the window.
Did you ever have the occasion to observe that hole in the window?
I can't remember if I saw it in person, but I definitely saw photos of it.
And what, if anything, were they discussing about flying into that window through a drone?
He referred to it as a pack, but I believe it was cell phones.
And are they allowed to have their own personal are inmates allowed to have their own personal cell phones in the Fulton County Jail?
No.
I'm going to object. I'm going to object to 403, 401.
Sustained. Well, not on 401, but 403.
We talked about Nard and Huey being in a cell together. Did you ever have the occasion to have to search the cell belonging to Huey and Mender?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object to 403.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
When did that, may I continue, Your Honor? Yes. When did that search take place?
I couldn't give you the date offhand.
Do you recall it being in February of 2022?
Yeah, it was February. I just don't know the exact date.
And what, if anything, was found when you all searched Mr. Huey and Mr. Mender's cell?
When I went into the cell, I was able to recover both a cellular device and a shank.
Now publishing April 17th, 2022 at 6:52 p.m. from 1:49 to 2:50, and then from 5:05 to 5:47.
Fucking with studio.
Yeah, I've been fucking around. I really just need to. It's still like the same shit, really. Like a nigga just hopping on songs and shit. But I got a cover song by myself, but nigga, that man, we got me and Cole got down. We got the little song. Man, these folks fucking with this motherfucker. We ain't dropped it yet, but we really gotta redo the shit so we can got down take.
Yo.
I what?
You said who else on it with you?
Lil Cole, my cousin, we just got that.
That been hard.
But that motherfucker too hard. Them folks, look, add dog back that motherfucker.
I'ma add dog back that motherfucker.
Yeah, you don't know what in Don Bernard, I don't know.
Damn, man.
Yeah, they had done jumped on them and shit.
Cool.
They say a Mard nigga ain't got down 9 dude nigga, but the Mard nigga got pulled out because got down. They were like, shit, he ain't had nothing. They ain't got nothing to do with that. That wasn't nothing they business. So goddamn. Yeah. So no, I gotta move. No, I gotta move it in the dawn with them though.
I heard something about Bay Boy, man.
And then we're going to publish April 23rd, 2022 at 5:57 p.m.
Hello. Yeah, nigga, I could hardly hear you. What you were saying?
Nah, I was just saying. I said, well, you on that motherfucker?
Yeah. Straight up. Where the hell you at?
Right here on the east side.
Man, what the hell talking about? He heard something about it. Police been lock up 43. They got a 43 man indictment.
That what Font said?
That what Toont said.
I don't know. He ain't told me that.
Yeah, he said that what he heard, but you know he probably just talk. Ain't no telling.
Yeah. Wait, he said for what?
I had Jake out of what's the name of him?
Wait, he said for what though?
He just said Rico, I guess.
For real?
That's what he said. But I don't know how true it is. I told that shit that stuff Instagram.
Yeah.
Yeah. You ain't screenshot.
Nah, I can hear him. That shit was blurry here. I ain't even see you.
Oh yeah. If I couldn't see you, I'm about to send you a picture to your phone.
Alright, send it to me.
I'm about to.
Alright.
And were you familiar with who Mr. Garnson was speaking with?
I am.
And who was that?
Mr. Kenneth Copeland.
And the date of this call was April 23rd, 2022. Do you know what was the date of the indictment in this case?
May 9th of 2022.
Now, through your investigation, have you ever heard of or familiar with a place called the Web?
I am.
And how are you familiar with the place called the Web?
There was an incident that occurred at the location,
Okay.
as well as some calls, jail calls that I had listened to previously.
And when you listened to Antonio Sumlin's wiretap, did you hear any calls that referenced the Web?
I did.
Right. I'm going to publish from Antonio Sumlin's wiretap, April 22nd, 2022 at 2:18 p.m.
How you doing? I pulled out yesterday, twin. I had got that straight though, bro.
I know. Shit. Hey, I'm where you gonna be at today when I get out?
What time you get out?
I get off at 5. I'm gonna be on that way because shit, I'm in like Fulton County right now.
I'm be in the hood.
What about 250?
Nah, you know we back at the well.
What, slow spot?
Yeah, we got that spot now. Ain't slow spot though.
All right. Well, shit. Let me when I come through, I'm gonna get a 60 from you.
A what?
60.
Alright.
I'm gonna fuck with you.
Alright, brother. Appreciate it.
Shit, no, I'm gonna call you when I'm on the way though.
Alright.
Alright.
And with the calls that we heard from both Mr. Sumlin's wiretap as well as Mr. Garlington wiretap, was that just a sampling of all of the calls that you heard over the course of the month and a half that the wiretap was ongoing?
Yes.
Now, have you ever heard of an individual with the nickname of Barter?
I have.
Okay. And how are you familiar with that individual?
From my time working on the YFN indictment and just being familiar with the Summerhill area and the YFN members that operate within it.
And do you know the given name for that individual?
I do.
And what is the given name?
Christian Johnson.
And based on your investigation, is Christian Johnson, aka Barter, affiliated with YFN or IFGang?
Yes, he is.
Now, last week, we discussed briefly about you obtaining Mr. Stillwell's phone. Do you recall that?
I do.
How did you initially learn about Mr. Stillwell's cell phone?
When Mr. Stillwell was taken into custody on the 17th, no phones were recovered from his person. So I began listening to his jail calls and learned that he had concealed the phones and was directing somebody to go retrieve them.
And do you know the location, meaning the home and where the phones were, where the phone was left?
So they were retrieved by a female named China, and I was able to listen to jail calls to learn where they were headed and when they were to arrive. And they were headed to the home of...
You may.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those jail calls prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 527 VV. Tell me if you recognize 527 VV.
This is a disc that would contain the jail calls.
And listen to the jail calls. Did they appear to be the jail calls that you listened to back in March of 2022?
Yes.
Did they appear to be any additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, this time, the state would like to admit 427 VV as evidence. Excuse me, 527 VV. All right. Permission to publish certain portions. First publishing March 18th, 2022, from 00 to 3 minutes. $14.36.59. Court's indulgence for one moment.
Prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at Fulton County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
Waiting to receive a phone call can be hard, but now you can easily and quickly send messages to your loved one. E-messaging is now available to help you stay more connected. Download the Securus app to sign up.
To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1.
To refuse charges, press 2. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello.
Hey. Hey.
What's up?
What's up, Chip?
Hey. Shit.
Huh?
Just write the message on a piece of paper or something. So you can text them after I get out of the phone.
Okay. I'm ready.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, tell him, do not give my phones to poker. Because that ain't gonna cause a problem around here. Tell him to keep my phone. Or give them to me or my dad or one of y'all.
Do he know where I live at?
Oh, nah, he don't. But tell him, if she asks about him, tell him he went and looked for him but didn't find him.
She asked about him. Tell her. He went to look for her. So I said, Mr. Shannon said, do not give his phone to Poker. Keep his phone. Or give him to her.
Yeah.
541.
Okay. If she asked about it, tell her she went to look for them and couldn't find them.
Yeah.
Okay.
541. What's this number is?
Okay. I will do. Did you tell her to ask me for him?
We're going to stop at 304. Next, we're going to pay 3/19/2022 at 10:04:36 from 1:40 to 4:13.
I got no business. Don't call. You ain't got. I got no business.
I understand that. I'm saying, like, what the hell he gonna do about these goddamn people to come see us?
They say Monday. I don't know how true it is, but they say Monday. I just told Sham that.
You told him what?
They said Monday, but if we're gonna wait till Monday, tell me if somebody come down now. But it's supposed to be Monday.
What the hell big say though, bro? Cause he got a nigga just in here like a nigga buying everywhere, bro.
Big said a lawyer's supposed to be down there Monday.
All right, hold on. I love you, man. I gotta go on the road. I love you.
I love you too.
Hello?
I love you too, Daddy.
He said he gone. Hey, look though. Man. All right, I ain't gonna start wearing. I don't give a fuck this shit.
I'm saying that you know how they get, bro, and that's the only thing he told me. He just said lawyer should be down on Monday. That's what he told me. So I was gonna wait till Monday. I told Quay I was gonna just wait till Monday.
Do he understand that I want my lawyer, not know his lawyer he gonna?
That's what the fuck I'm trying. That's what I'm mad about. And be me acting all like that. That's why I said why I can't pick my lawyer? Cause I feel like I should pick my lawyer and you just tell me what you can help me with. Y'all just picking a lawyer. That would beat me said, bro. That what he just said lawyer gonna be down on Monday. I don't know who it is. Lawyer gonna be down on Monday. We'll see how Monday go, and then, you know what I'm saying, we'll report from there. You ain't satisfied, that ain't what you want, then I say that then. But you already know how he is. And then these funerals going on out here, they acting like they so busy.
They finna lock it down, man. I love you.
I love you too. You want me to keep these phones or get on the bed?
Get on the bed.
What about the number?
Go on that purple phone. It's 83. 839669. Get shot number. That's
hold on. Let me hold on, cause they just hold on. You just said too many numbers. What is it? 83 what?
839669. That's the code to that purple phone and get the number. It's a shot. That's patient number.
Okay, cause the phone did. I got charged on. I just told Betty. Okay, I love you. I just told Betty you want some numbers and I'm bright to her. Okay, that's the only number.
Yeah, shot.
All right, I got you. I have it for you in the morning.
NY, nah. All right, I love you.
I love you.
The caller has hung up.
Were you able to determine who, was that Mr. Stillwell talking to that young woman?
Yes, at the end of the call, yes.
Were you able to determine who that individual was?
Yes.
Who was it?
That was Shantisa Lewis, I believe she's the wife of Mr. Nichols.
And did she have a nickname?
China.
And from this call, were you able to get the PIN number to Mr. Stillwell Jackson's cell phone?
Yes.
And was that the number that was given towards the end of the call?
Yes.
Published March 21st, 2022 at 9:29, at 3:25 to 3:40.
Trying to call last night. She's gonna come by today. When I get off, I got to call.
I'm going to pause at 3:43. Were you familiar with the voice that we just heard?
Yes.
And who was that?
Betty Jackson.
And is she related to Mr. Shannon Jackson?
Yes, she's Mr. Stillwell Jackson's grandma.
Now publishing March 21st, 2022 at 21:33 p.m. From 5:30 to 5:48.
Then.
You got it on the phone?
Yeah, she's 2 up, right?
Yeah.
She brought me this afternoon.
All right.
All right, then.
Yeah.
All right, love you.
Love you too.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
The caller has.
And was that also Ms. Jackson on that call as well?
It was.
And was that confirmation that she had now received the phones?
It was.
Now, did there come a point in which you were able to go and retrieve the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go? Not address or anything, but where did you go?
I obtained a search warrant for a Fulton County search warrant for Miss Betty Jackson's home, and went to her home with the search warrant with a team of officers with me.
And how many phones did you recover?
2.
And what kind of phones were they?
2 iPhones.
And after retrieving the cell phones, what, if anything, did you do with the phones?
I obtained search warrants for both devices and then provided them to Detective Kevin Leon Packer for him to do a forensic extraction of both devices.
And when you gave the search warrant to Detective Liam Parker to do the forensic extraction, did you provide him with that PIN code or that PIN number that you had learned from the jail call?
I did.
Why did you provide him that PIN number?
It aids in the extracting of the phones.
And have you had the opportunity to go through and review contents of both of those iPhones?
I have.
That's yours. And permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 227 BVA6, along with 2227 BVA2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A6A, A6B, A7, A7A, A8, and A8A, and tell me if you recognize first those exhibits.
So this would be the disk that houses the forensic extraction of the iPhone or the items from the iPhone 12 mini, and then these are the items of evidentiary value from the device.
So are all those excerpts?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 227 VVB, 12A through D, which is the CD, and 227 VVB2, strike that. From the first set of exhibits, which iPhone is that from?
The iPhone 12 mini.
Now looking at 227 VVB2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12A, 12B, 12C, and 12D. Tell me if you recognize those items.
These would be the excerpts from his iPhone 13 that I recovered.
And looking at first the iPhone 12 mini excerpts, do those appear to be fair and accurate depiction of excerpts from the cell phone extraction from the iPhone 12 mini?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 227 VVA2, VVA3, VVA4, VVA5, VVA6, VVA6A, VVA6B, VVA7, VVA7A, VVA8, and VVA8A into evidence.
All right.
Sorry, I can repeat them for you.
227 VV, A 2 through 6.
Yes.
6A, 6B.
Yes.
7, 7A.
Yes.
8 and 8A.
Yes.
All right, those are admitted.
And then looking at the excerpts from iPhone 13, do those appear to be fair and accurate excerpts from the cell phone extraction from the iPhone 13?
Yes.
At this time, the state would like to admit 227 VVB2 through two through 11,
All right, those are admitted.
and then VVB 12A through D.
Admitted.
Now, prior to going and being able to look at the extraction, did you hear any calls with Mr. Stillwell and his grandmother about deleting content from the phone?
I did.
Your Honor, this time state would like to publish State's Exhibit 527 BV, the last call on March 23rd, 2022.
You may. And I'm sorry, but I had written down on all of that you just tendered for admission 227. Was it 527 or 227?
What we just talked about was 227.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just wanted to make sure.
And now we're going back to publish a portion of 527 BV.
Call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
Waiting to receive a phone call can be hard, but now you can easily and quickly send messages to your loved one. E-messaging is now available to help you stay more connected. Download the Securus app to sign up.
To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press
1. To refuse charges, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello.
What's up?
Shit, man. Terrible.
Huh?
One of the folk came up in my house last night.
What?
Huh?
What they do?
They came and got my fire.
Oh.
No, I'm talking about there was so many of them out there. There was so many. They said they had a warrant. We know you got his 2 phones. So they have to be done heard it.
Yeah.
You must be on somebody else's line.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they have to be done heard. Anyway, I did call Brian and told him that's what happened.
Yeah.
Okay. I figured he needs to know what was up. Yep. And they got a picture. They got a picture of China's car in the yard.
Huh?
They got a picture of China's car in the yard. I knew that. I told her the other day, I said, that's unusual. Somebody was sitting there. They was like they were almost to the mailbox, but not quite. And they were just sitting there. You know, normally when somebody coming for juice or something like that, they'll be like, you know, in the back of the other car, but this one wasn't. And she finally told her just wait a few minutes because I didn't know if it was, you know what I'm saying, some of them other folks followed her or what, you know what I'm saying? So I told her to just wait, you know, they wait a little bit, see if they move, but they didn't know move. But she said, one thing is go. I said, okay, so they just gonna watch her. But then as soon as she left, they pulled out.
Oh, they got her too?
She went at the house last night. They spotted her the other night when she bought the phone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
End at 302 and fast forward to 812.
Tell tell Peter remove my iCloud.
Move iCloud.
Yeah, off of both of them.
Move it where?
Just tell them remove, delete it.
Oh, delete it. Okay. Okay. You need to see the answer now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, tell them ASAP.
You don't have to have the phone to do that.
Nah, you know how to do it. So, iCloud and Gmail.
And I hope they ain't been in it all.
Huh?
But they were trying to do something in it last night and they were standing up there. Hold on, let me call her. Okay, there you go.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, well, I need you to remove my iCloud and Gmail from my phone.
Okay.
I need to do it now.
Alright, I'm on the way home.
I'll tell him what happened so he can know how important this is.
He know what happened.
All
He
right.
called me last night. So he got both the numbers. How he know how to do that? You know how to do that?
Yeah, I know how to do it.
You have to have phone numbers.
He know how to do it. It's just remove my phone.
Okay. You got it, Peter?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it as soon as I get home. I'm on it. Huh?
Where you at now, man?
I'm on the way home right now.
Oh, okay. It's real important. Real important.
Okay.
You on the expressway or something?
No, espresso is backed up. I'm taking the street lane, but it only takes like 15 minutes to get here.
As soon as you stop, do that because it's of great importance with the phone. You know they got the phone, so you need to get that done ASAP. Okay. Call me when you do it. You can tell when it's done. I mean, you can tell when it's off.
Hey, I'm going to call you back, man. You just talk to him.
Okay, call me then.
Yeah.
The caller has hung up.
As you reviewed the content of Mr. Stillwell's phone, did you see that there were some content that was deleted?
Some, yes.
Okay. And were you also able to get some content, of course, which was not deleted?
Yes.
And did you hear when Miss Jackson said they had a picture of her car on the warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Whose car was there a picture of on the warrant?
Shannon Tisa Lewis, a.k.a. China.
Okay. And what kind of car was it?
A white Ford Fusion.
All right. And was that similar to the white Ford Fusion that you saw in the BP gas station video with Chamel drinks?
Yes.
All right. Amira, maybe approach?
Yes. Anybody need to put anything on the record before we take our lunch break? All right, we'll see everybody back at 1. Ms. Hilton, you can pick up where you left off.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Rita, we left off getting ready to discuss some of the excerpts from the iPhone 12 mini. Do you still have those exhibits in front of you?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to first start by publishing 227. We can get admitted.
Yeah, they got it.
VVA2. Looking at 227 BBA2, and if we're able to zoom in, and is this an excerpt from the iPhone 12 mini?
It is.
Right. I want to just look at the portions that are actually highlighted and bracketed. We're going to start at the top of the page. Do you see a highlight bracket on December? Can you scroll up? On December 24th, 2021 at 9:26:29 p.m.?
I do.
And do you see a message highlighted?
Yes.
Okay. And who is the person sending the message?
That would be Shannon Silva.
Okay. And what does the message say?
Save this number, SB.
All right. Now I want to scroll down to January 14th. This highlighted box, do you see this highlighted box at January 14th, 2022?
I do.
At 3:32 a.m.?
I do.
Okay. And is that the same call that's highlighted in black on the screen behind you?
It is.
And if we can zoom in just a little more. What does the text say?
If Polka asks, tell her I'm op hunting.
Okay. And what's the date of that text?
July 14th, 2022.
Okay. Do you see January 14th, 2022?
Yes.
All right.
I'm sorry, I thought I heard you loud.
I want to go to the next page of the exhibit, 227 VVA3. Do you see a highlighted box on February 9th, 2022?
I do.
And if you can turn and use your laser pointer, do you see that on the screen behind you?
I do. It'll be right here.
And if we can try our best to zoom into the first box. And who is sending the message?
Mr. Stillwell.
Okay, and what does it say?
12 hot.
All right. Now I want to scroll down to February 9th, 2022. Do you see a text message?
I do.
And who's that text message from?
Mr. Stillwell.
What does it say?
Tell Reek I'm scared to be over here. Police said they blitzing everything on Cleveland behind what Big Brisk did. They locked Slug up yesterday.
And is there a response to that text message?
The respondent says, I know, I just heard they wanted anything that got tied to YSL.
And then was there a response?
Right.
All right. And on February 9th, 2022, was that the day that Christian Ebinger was arrested for shooting Officer Rogers?
I believe so. Within a day or so, yes.
Now I want to go to State's Exhibit 227 BVA4.
Okay.
Who is the recipient of these text messages?
The recipient of the highlighted text message would be Shannon Stillwell.
Okay. And who is the sender?
Khalif Adams.
And you said Khalif Adams. Do you see Khalif Adams' name on here?
I do not.
Okay. How do you know it's Khalif Adams?
Khalif Adams also goes by the alias of Bobby Hunt.
And is this the same phone number that you looked at when you investigated the stabbing of Rayshawn Bennett?
It is.
All right. And to start at the top, do you see a text on March 5th, 2022?
I do.
All right. And if you can just go through the text messages on this page until the end of the page with the date and time and the contents of the text.
Sure. Mr. Adams says, call me ASAP, to which Mr. Stillwell responds, what you on? Mr. Adams then says, I'm trying to figure something out. Mr. Stillwell responds, what that twin? Mr. Adams responds, Scar said it was a price for that feature, but racial expletive, ain't seen nothing. Then Buddy done made a counter offer of 100 on my little man's. I got keep paying him. And then Mr. Stillwell responds, you ain't talked to him.
Okay. Now, in reviewing that text message, was this of note to you?
It was.
Why?
Because it would fall in line with.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained.
Was this, did you have text messages from Mr. Adams' phone number or the Verizon records regarding payment of a feature in his text messages that you reviewed regarding the Rayshawn Bennett stabbing?
I did.
Okay. And in looking at those text messages and these text messages, did you find some commonality between what you looked at with the Verizon records and this text message here?
I did.
Okay. And what was that?
The timing and the context of the text messages.
And Scar, is that SXAR?
It is.
And what is Demekion Garlington's Instagram name?
Scarface, but there's a purposeful misspelling of the C with an X.
Right. Is that similar to what is contained in this text message here?
It is.
And is, based on your investigation, was Bobby Hunt communicating with Demekion Garlington regarding the Rayshawn Bennett stabbing?
He was.
And was Bobby Hunt trying to reach?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Based on the text message that you reviewed, did it appear from the text message that you read that Mr. Hunt, did you see any text messages in which Mr. Hunt was trying to make contact with Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And in those text messages, was he attempting to get payment or get some communication about payment for the stabbing of Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Going to 227 VVA 5. And Ms. Rivera, I'm going to ask you to read from the screen behind you if you can. And we'll zoom in starting at the top. Who is the recipient, this text message, who is Mr. Stillwell in communication with?
Mr. Garlington.
And starting on March 14th, is that the first text message at 4:30 p.m.?
It is.
Okay. And if you can just read for the jurors the content of that text message in 227 BVA 5 from the beginning until the end.
Okay. So he said, be ready, bruh. And he said,
who says that?
Mr. Stillwell says, be ready, bruh. And Mr. Garlington says, been ready. And he says, Mr. Stillwell says, share low. And then what appears from the extraction to be a location is shared. And then Mr. Stillwell responds 3 minutes, and Mr. Garlington responds, okay. And then Mr. Stillwell says, turning on your street. Mr. Garlington says it's been 7 minutes, and then Mr. Stillwell says, outside.
Okay. And on March 14th, 2022, was that the date of Mr. Drinks' killing on 20 in Windsor?
It was.
Now showing you what's been admitted as 227 VVA 6. What is being highlighted in 227 VVA6?
What you'll see highlighted is the date and time that this video that was located in the phone extraction was created.
Okay. And what was the date and time that the video was created?
March 14th, 2022 at 8:52 p.m.
And is this also still the same day of Mr. Drinks' homicide?
It is.
And have you had the opportunity to watch this video?
I have.
Right. Now I'm going to publish on 227 VVA6A.
One thing about the boy money stays. I mean, everywhere. The boy shit everywhere.
I should have did what he did.
Oh God. Oh God. Hey, you talking about? I ain't had nothing. I was baking the broken eggs. We had 2 photos. He got an old dime. He got an old dime.
And he leave out the snow with a whole guy. With some little shoes on. Cheap motherfucker though. $98. Yeah, his bankroll be stuffy. With his tight jeans. He gonna put that motherfucker all the way together to him.
Exactly. I'm finna have these clean ass shoes on, packers on feet.
$20. $20.
I hate them days, bro. I'm so happy I'm paying this shit. Hey, bro, I'm trying to buy. I want to buy a nigga was so fucked up back then, though.
We were way better than last time, man.
Way better than last time. I don't know what happened this time. Last time, bro. Yeah. Shit went wrong then, bro. If you won't believe it, though, sometimes shit happens for a reason.
You know that.
Now, I'm going to pause here. Are you able to see the individual in the cream jacket and the green hoodie?
I am.
And do you recognize who that is?
I do.
Who is that?
That would be Mr. Quamarvius Nichols.
And does he appear to be wearing the same clothing as viewed in the BP surveillance gas station video?
He does.
Right. And are you familiar with, or can you tell where they are within this video?
I believe that's the inside of the home located at 2830 Waters Road.
And do you see the table that's depicted in the video?
I do.
And on the table, are there any weapons?
There are.
And how many weapons do you see?
I can see what appears to be 2 weapons and then a extra magazine on the table.
And if you can kind of use your laser and point out, where do you see the 2 weapons and the extra magazine?
So here you'll see weapon number 1, weapon number 2 will be here, and then the extra magazine will be right here.
And as a law enforcement officer, do you carry weapons?
We do.
Okay. And do you yourself carry weapons?
I do.
Do you have a specific type of weapon that you carry?
A Glock.
Do you own Glocks?
I own 4 at the present time, yes.
Okay. And with Glocks, are you able to describe for the jury how Glock firearms are designed or what they look like?
Yes.
And I'm going to actually go to 227 VV.
One thing about the but money stay.
227 VVA 6B. Now, I don't know if you remember the last question I asked of you, but tell the jury about your familiarity with Glocks.
My entire career, since 2009, I've possessed and shot Glocks for work, my own multiple Glocks personally outside of work. So I've had a good deal of experience with different models.
Okay. And in looking at 227 VVA 6B, are there any guns that are consistent with the design of a Glock?
It would be the one further towards the back here.
And how are you able to tell from your experience that it is consistent with looking like a Glock?
So based on the bottom of the grip, typically Glocks are straight across at the bottom. This one, it's kind of flat, goes up, goes across, and comes back down, almost with like an indentation in the bottom right here, which would be consistent with, I would think, a Glock 27.
And why consistent with a Glock 27 versus any other type of Glock?
Based on how the bottom is cut. Typically they're straight across, very few are cut like that.
And outside the Glock 27, to your knowledge, are there other Glocks that have that kind of similar cutout?
Not that I can think of offhand.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what, if any, type of firearm is a Glock 27?
It's a handgun that shoots .40 caliber ammunition.
Now I want to go to State's Exhibit 227 VVA 7. Looking at looking at 227 VVA 7 and VVA 7A, what are we looking at in both of those two exhibits?
This is an example of the phone extraction of the iPhone 12 mini. And you can see to the left here, or if we go down a little bit, you can see it's going to, over here, it's going to come from the searches category of the phone.
And we say the searches category, what do you mean?
So when you're looking at the phone extraction, you can look at messages, files, photos, calls. Here, when you select web, it lets you look at a few things. Bookmarks, history, I can't read the top one. Cookies, things of that nature. So I selected the searches tab here, and I'll show you anytime you conduct a search on the web.
Right. And I want to look at 227 VVA 7A and scroll to the right. What were the dates of these searches and what was being searched?
They start on March 12th at 6:38 a.m. and it was various different keywords concerning a murder or shooting on Atlanta Avenue.
And was there a shooting on Atlanta Avenue on March 11th, 2022?
Yes.
And approximately what time was that shooting?
The call for service came in around 9:47 p.m. on March 11th.
And is that the shooting we referenced earlier that came in later in the day after Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford were killed?
It is.
And are there multiple searches for either murder on Atlanta Avenue.
Yes.
And is that the location of where the incident occurred?
The incident location was 12 Atlanta Avenue.
And is that the same incident where you discussed that someone was shot in the head?
Mr. Cortez Houston, a YFN associate, was shot in the head.
And is that location a food mart?
It is.
And do you see searches for drive-by shooting at food mart?
I do.
Or food market, excuse me.
Yes.
And are there multiple searches for drive-by shooting at food market?
Yes. If we zoom out, you can see there's like numerous searches.
And are those searches at different times ranging from 6:38 a.m. to 6:52 a.m.?
Yes, yeah. So from 6:38 to 6:52.
Now I want to show you 227 VV88 and VV88A.
Okay.
And what is being depicted in 227 VV88A?
I believe this is the web history for the phone, the iPhone 12 mini.
Okay. And are these different searches than what we just looked at previously?
They are.
And what are the dates of these searches?
March 17th, 2022.
And around what time?
The first one is 2:31:56 a.m., but they're not they're visiting, they're records of the website being visited versus searches.
Okay, what is the distinction?
So the distinction is like when you see a search in a phone, that's I go to Google on the phone or open up the browser and search what day is today. And then it'll bring you to the Google results for that. Then you may click on that one of the results or a calendar that it may populate. That's what this would be. This would be you going to the actual web address, not searching the web address.
Okay. And what, if anything, are you able to tell what was being populated for these various access to these websites?
Fox 5 Atlanta.
Okay. And was there a specific search within Fox 5 Atlanta?
I don't know if it was a search within Fox 5 Atlanta, but it appears as if somebody went to the Fox 5 Atlanta website and clicked on the article regarding a homicide that had taken place.
Okay. And where's the location of the homicide?
So on the Fox 5 Atlanta website, you can see, if you look at the second highlighted result, it appears that it may have been searched for Windsor Street homicide. You'll see where it says search, Windsor Street homicide.
Okay. And do you see multiple for Windsor Street homicide?
I do.
Right. And then as you scroll down, do you see searches on Fox 5 for I-20 and Windsor Street?
Yes.
And then do you also see search man shot dead inside car?
Now that one looks like the result, based on the searches, that result may have populated and was clicked on.
Okay. And is that what you can tell from that other column, what's actually the link that's clicked?
Yes.
All right. And March 17, 2022, was that the day that Mr. Stillwell was arrested?
It was.
And was it before or after these searches?
This would have been in the early morning hours of March 17th, so he would have been arrested maybe 12 or so hours later.
Now I want to direct your attention to the iPhone 13. Now I want to show you what's been admitted as, or published what's been admitted as 227 VVB2. And looking at 227 VVB2, again, are these excerpts from the iPhone 13?
They are.
Okay. And looking at 227 VVB2, do you see a text communication?
I do.
And who is Mr. Jackson communicating with?
Taisha Alexander, also known as Polka.
Right. And looking at this first exhibit or excerpt, can you go through, and you can use the screen behind you, the conversation that is occurring on this excerpt? And let me ask you, what is the date of this conversation?
The date will be February 9th.
Of what year?
2022 at around 7:31 p.m.
All right. If you can just go through the conversation.
Sure. So Mr. Stillwell is going to say, they just wet Lucci bitch ass up. And then Miss Alexander is going to respond, in jail, to which he responds, yeah. That's going to be hard to see, but that's like the face palm emoji, like this little one on your emoji keyboard. And she says, I thought he was in that special part of the jail. To which Mr. Stillwell responds, poor little tink tink. And Miss Alexander sends 3 laughing face emojis. And she says, not tink tink. And then she says, he's stabbed up. And then she mentions needing tires, which is unrelated. And Mr. Stillwell says, I guess he thought he was hard to come out of PC. And again, Miss Alexander sends the 3 laughing emojis.
Now, to your knowledge, on February 9th, 2022, was it public knowledge that Mr. Bennett had been stabbed?
Objection, Your Honor, vague. Public knowledge.
Sure. To your understanding, was there any media reports about Mr. Bennett being stabbed on February 9th, 2022?
There was not.
Okay. When was the first media reports that you were aware of Mr. Bennett being stabbed?
During the first week of March, when Mr. Bennett's attorney filed an emergency motion for bond, and it hit the news.
I want to show you what's been admitted as 227 VVB3. And are these conversations also between Ms. Alexander and Mr. Jackson?
They are.
Right. And what are the dates of these conversations?
March 15th at approximately 6:50 p.m.
And is this the day after Mr. Drinks has been killed?
Yes, Mr. Drinks was killed late in the evening of the 14th, so this would have been the next day.
All right. And starting at the beginning, if you can just go through what the conversation is on March 15th, 2022.
Mr. Stillwell says, I'm at Baba House. He says, we got to leave that house ASAP. To which Miss Alexander responds, okay. And then she responds, that's why I didn't want to come back there. And she responds, SMH, which I know to be shorthand typically from my investigations of phone extractions for shaking my head. Mr. Stillwell responds, if we don't get a room, you need to just stay at EJ House or something. Or some.
Did he say something or did he just say
some?
Okay.
And then he says, call Denise. She'll try to talk to you about the car. Miss Alexander responds, this shit's scary. I'm not even going to lie. And to which he responds, it's okay. I got you protected. Miss Alexander asks.
Let me follow make sure the screen behind you.
Oh, sorry. She said, so got everything put in storage, question mark. He says, yeah, so we don't have to go back and get from there. And then this is a part of the text message, but it says Miss Alexander says, somebody needs to tell Young, stop calling me. I only took Rice Street off. So I straight didn't answer. And then Mr. Stilwell responds, don't pick up for nobody, but the close ones stay off the radar.
And going to 227 VVB4.
Mr. Stilwell continues and says, everybody other than family. He then also responds, we need this shit to be solid, tight, no information need to be out, nothing at all. And then in all capital letters, he says, no information. Miss Alexander responds, so how do I get money? Like, how do I get my plays? And he responds, or she responds, and who can take the TVs down? And I'll leave some of the cameras up until I get, and that's part of the text message. And then she continues, but bed and living room suite and clothes and kitchen and bathroom shit has to, and it continues on. Mr. Stilwell says, I'll tell Shania's grandpa to do it. She says, take the TVs down. He says, yes. Mr. Stilwell then says, and get your plays, but move smart, different cars.
Going to 227 VVB5.
Miss Alexander then says, I'm trying to see what they're going to trade me in. Mr. Stilwell says, I might extend this rental. And Miss Alexander says, I might have to go get one. Yes, and I might have to get one. I don't know what to do. Trade it, get it wrapped, and the text message continues on. Mr. Stilwell then sends her a Booking.com confirmation for a hotel in Douglasville. Miss Alexander says, tell them you'll pay extra to check in early. Mr. Stilwell then says, this F racial expletive got me thinking it's another date. And Miss Alexander said, I'm like, I know I'm not slow.
And then does this conversation transition into the morning of March 16th, 2022?
It does.
All right. And what time are these text messages on March 16th, 2022?
The ones that I just recited?
Yes.
About 5 in the morning.
Okay. Is this before or after the home was shot at on Waters Road?
It would be after.
Looking at 227 VVB6.
It says, Mr. Stilwell says, watch your surroundings no matter where at, and when you're taking the car, don't keep prolonging that. And she says, to get wrapped or trade? Mr. Stilwell says, trade. And she says, that's what I'm telling you, the State Farm folks want to fix it, but Sean said I can trade it. I don't know what to do.
Change to 227 VVB7.
Mr. Stilwell tells her, man, just get it wrapped for now. She responds, okay. He tells her also to get the tag changed. Miss Alexander says, I take it tomorrow to get, I think it's a typo, wrapped. So I'm scared to even go pack my shit up. And then Mr. Stilwell says, send Addie to the room. Don't tell not one person where that room is at. Where that room at. And then Miss Alexander sends an Apple map, and she says, I'm not, baby. I didn't tell nobody.
And looking at 227 VVB2. B8, I'm sorry. Is that the location map that we saw in the text previously?
It is.
All right. Now looking at 227 VVB9.
Mr. Stilwell tells Miss Alexander, let's go to Miami for some days till it cool down. And she responds, okay, bae. Mr. Stilwell says, them, said everyone going tomorrow, but ain't made up my mind yet. He says the driving, and then says they driving. And Miss Alexander says, okay, babe, we can go if you want. We can go, or you can go if you want to be with your bros, and I'll try and make, and it continues. Mr. Stillwell says, you can stay, but I don't want you to be in the city. I'm going to leave you the car so you can give brother his car.
And what are the date of these text messages?
March 17th around 2:13 p.m.
And is that March 17th, 2022?
It is.
All right. Now going to 227 VVB10. Do you see text messages to a phone number 470-661-7761?
I do.
Right. I'm going to focus on the highlighted portion.
Okay.
And do you see the highlighted portion on the screen?
I do.
If you could just indicate that for the jury.
It's going to be these two messages.
Okay. And what are the two messages?
The person asked Mr. Stillwell, so what happened to your IG? And he responds, deleted.
And what is the date of these text messages?
March 15th at 3:38 p.m.
Okay. And is that March 15, 2022?
2022 at 3:38 p.m.
Now looking at 227 VVB11. What is 227 VVB11?
So anybody that has an iPhone, if you're familiar with the Notes app in your iPhone, when you go through a forensic extraction of a device, you can view all the notes that have been created or saved within the phone.
Right. And looking to the, we'll screen to the right.
Okay.
What is the date and time that this is modified?
March 15th, 2022 at 12:52 a.m.
And do you know what it means for it to be modified?
The last time that it was either edited or added to try any kind of modification as it would.
Okay. And does it have what the text says?
It does.
What does the text say?
Pop my shit, I really got options. Poor little ops, look how they just dropping.
And what time was this?
March 15th, 2022 at 12:52 a.m.
And what time was Mr. Drinks killed?
March 14th at about 10:02 p.m.
So this is about approximately 3 hours after that?
Correct.
I want to go to State's Exhibit 227 VVB12, just flipping through A through D. On the phone, were there audio recordings on the phone?
There were.
And have you had opportunity to listen to some of the audio recordings on the phone?
I have.
All right. Your Honor, so I'm going to publish 227 BVB12A. And permission to sit during this portion, Your Honor.
This sound like Quill. Also, that's on private flights. Pay the day you die tonight. Am I even living right? Fuck it, let me live my life. Fuck it, let me grab my pipe. Fade left and bust right. I ran this money up high, high, now they ain't feeling right. I ran this money up high, high, on the chain cold. I ran this money up high, high, got me a bankroll. The one that stand tall, the one that can't fold. They think I'm doing this and that. Nah, I'm getting bankrolls. Bankrolls on bankrolls. Say fuck the critics, I'm not into politicking. That's why they got problem with me. I ain't trying to talk no business. Could've got that money off your head, but that's not my business. How the fuck you told him what I said? That's our business. He got hit up and said some names. That's our business. Oh, murder everything for sure, right? That's our business. Oh, murder everything for sure. I ran the Red of Chris, we used to be in need. My family know I had it hard, I ain't had no job, I was in the street. I ain't true to shit, you told me. I hope I'm where I'm supposed to be. Only the family. My city wanna damage me. I wonder why though. I guess 'cause I ain't fly though. Shit, fuck them boy for life. Yeah, fuck them boy for life. Let's do it. Fly so that's on private flights. Pay the day you die tonight. Am I even living right? Fuck it, let me live my life. Fuck it, let me grab my pipe. Fade love and bust it right. I ran this money up high, high. That ain't feeling right. I ran this money up high, high. On the stank hole. I ran this money up high, high. Got me a bankroll. The one that stand tall, the one that can't fold. They think I'm doing this and that. Nah, I'm getting bankrolls. Bankrolls on bankroll.
Bankroll like boo. Let's go. Walk up in it, chop up in, I'm putting you down. If you really living like they gonna take them down. I'm really living like they, I'm just the one made it out. I just be a hammer, ha, 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 walked it out. I'm out the hammer, ha, 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 walk them down. Anybody get a piece, show me. I just let that boy on the curb, call me Picasso. Artwork, chalk work, block work. Can't tell you the feeling consequences, 'cause they did not work. I'm a big lizard. Big slime, about my name is Big Shots. Bitch die, big shots. Riding down your block, hanging at the top. They know I go bonkers, they just want some clout. Yeah, I'ma give you clout, put you on that box. Late break off, that's your new, it's the news.
Fly so that's on private flights. Pay the day you die tonight. Am I even living right? Fuck it, let me live my life. Fuck it, let me grab my pipe. Fade love and bust it right. I ran this money up high, high. That ain't feeling right. I ran this money up high, high. On the stank hole. I ran this money up high, high. Got me a bankroll. The one that stand tall, the one that can't fold. They think I'm doing this and that. Nah, I'm getting bankrolls. Bankrolls on bankroll.
Now, do you see on here the file name? I do. What is the file name?
It is Ran This Money Up, Slime Life, Shorty, and SB.
Okay. And did you hear in the song a verse that says, or words that says, I'm a big lizard?
Yes.
In your work with YSL, have you seen some YSL members use a lizard?
Yes.
Did you hear words riding down the block, hanging out the top?
Yes.
Have you heard words of that nature previously?
I don't know if it's concerning this, but yes.
Okay. Did you hear the words in the song, I just beat a homicide, ha, ha, ha?
I did.
Now, in listening to that song, were you able to determine Mr. Stillwell's voice?
I was.
Okay. Was he in the beginning, the middle, or the end of the song?
The end of the song.
And is that where the words, I just beat a homicide, ha, 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 was that during that portion of the song?
Yes.
And was that also the portion of the song that says, I'm a big lizard?
Yes.
I want to publish 227 BV B12B. And what's the file name?
The file name is B-Slime X, which usually means a collaboration, Veto Red Light, featuring, or FTSB.
And let me ask you this. There's some creative dates. Do you know sitting here when these songs were made?
I don't.
Do you know what creative date means?
That would be the date that the files were added to the device.
Thank you.
Hey, load up. Time to get wicked. Hey, ain't that them over there? Now we gonna pull up on them and make them sing, you know what I'm saying? We gonna be loud with this one. Gonna shake up on them. Fuck nigga, they gonna creep up on them, walk down on them.
Hey, turn that up, Day-Ro. I be with killers that run with the sticks. Run with the motherfucking bleed. I got a bitch, she swallow my kid. Ain't never some snake shit. Real cold in my liver, yeah. Ready to slap my nigga, yeah. I ride with them killers, yeah. Send them a picture deliver, yeah. Red light, red light, red light. 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 I can make it rain on a birthday. I set the flames on the dark night. Nigga be beefing, they burn their Instagram, but you know that ain't my type. I'm having windows on my side. I came from the rug in my life. We sending these slugs in pilot. I show at the club in my night. I got them gangsters and killing with me, they join down. That was a scary sight. You better not lose your life, you gotta stay right. The guys, they on my side. I am the realest, I came for the million, take over the village. You chop out the ceiling. I came for the digit, she hot like a gilly. I came in and did myself and they miss it. Put the odds together, we taking them down, they leaving in one. I got the golden gun, shoot my rifle, Jane Bun. These niggas be capping on Instagram, though for fun. I'm in the street where this shit get real and it get wrong. I think this a one-on-one. Spin they block, make all them run. Get the fuck out of there, nigga. Stretch that boy out like a few times. If I had a problem in the street, I'd never run. Killers that run with the sticks, run with the motherfucking bleed. I got a bitch, she swallow my kid. Ain't never some snake shit. Real cold in my liver, yeah. Ready to slap my nigga, yeah. I ride with them killers, yeah. Send them a picture deliver, yeah. Red light, red light, red light. Red light, red light, red light. Red light, red light. Red light, red light, red light, red light. When I come through, my name attached to the bench. The way that I spend shit, I would've thought that I rented it. I don't give a fuck about a red light. I'm on go, I'm on green, like my cup. I said up, I'm taking them down, run them down. Walk them down from a mile, walk them down. The last homicide, I smile it out. Whatever they mad about, what they mad about. I can send a whole gang to the heavenly house on God. I been with killers that run with the sticks, run with the motherfucking bleed. I got a bitch, she swallow my kid. Ain't never some snake shit. Real cold in my liver, yeah. Ready to slap my nigga, yeah. I ride with them killers, yeah. Send them a picture deliver, yeah. Red light, red light, red light. Red light, red light, red light. Red light, red light, red light. Red light, red light, red light.
Now, are you familiar with the name B-Slime?
I am.
How?
That would be from previous investigations. That's a gentleman named Jaborius Greer.
And is he associated with YSL?
He is. He's a member of YSL. He's also the nephew of Jeffrey Williams.
Now, in this song, are you able to hear Mr. Stillwell's voice?
I believe Mr. Stillwell comes in at the latter part of the song.
And in the latter part, is that where you hear the words, I see an op, I gun him down?
Yes.
Walk him down from a mile?
Yes.
The last homicide, I smiled it off?
Yes.
That's what they mad? That's why they mad?
Yes.
I can send their whole gang to the heavenly house?
Yes.
published 227 BB B12C. What is the file name?
Bullshit, parentheses, back on SBX, which usually means...
Look at B12.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see. It's Lizard Walk, parentheses, 2020 MP3.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Dodging all your shots, you know, I'm watching my eyes. Let that bit rain out the top of the drop. Look, walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Make my young collect your top, they gon' chew you up. Dodging your shots, and I'm on to my ops. Let that bit rain out the top of the drop. Listen, walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Collect your top, they gon' chew you up. Fuck a tit for tat, I'ma get you wet, homie. Gonna Google it if you wanna check on me. Bond was $500,000, my niggas trill, nigga. Sat down 3 years on the body, asked me how I deal with it. With my feet up, I'm on my people. Check my reach out, I'm gonna be up. My boss said can't kill my people. Couple of niggas went left cause they couldn't keep up. I ain't tripping on these, y'all. Left it boo and turned the beef up. Turn me to a creature. Colder than a freezer. I don't trust people. Be my kind, I can't piece ya. No. All that fake love, I delete ya. I'ma get you out of here. Dodging all your shots, you know, I'm out to my ops. Let that bit rain out the top of the drop. Lizzo walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Make my young collect your top, they gon' chew you up. Dodging your shots and I'm on to my ops. Let that bit rain at the top of the trap. Listen, walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Collect your top, they gon' chew you up. Shit, my ops, you right. I got money on my mind, and I can't deny it. Beating all my fucking items. And they gon' start a ride. Bite my name, they gon' slide. Bitches life size. Bitch, you like you bite size. Down, right you down. We lizard walk on my side. Don't let King Boo. Ooh, can't forget about you. Ooh, YSL through the roof. Ooh, it's a light show when I bring the tick out. It's a light show when I bring them sticks out. It's a light show when I bring them blues out. It's a light show when I bring Moon Tunk out. Dodging all your shots, you know, I'm out to my eyes. Let that bit rain out the top of the drop. Listen, walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Make my young collect your top, they gon' chew you up. Dodging your shots, and I'm on to my ops. Let that bit rain out the top of the drop. Listen, walk your block, let that glizzy rock. Collect your top, they gon' chew you up.
Were you able to discern if that was Mr. Stillwell's voice?
In the latter part of the song, yes.
Okay. Did you hear a verse, let that bitch rain out of the top of the drop?
Yes.
Did you also hear a reference to Long Live Boo?
Yes.
Throughout your investigation, are you familiar with an individual who went by the nickname Boo?
Yes.
And in this song, it said, it's a light show when I bring Little Tick out.
Yes.
Through your investigation, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Little Tick?
I am.
And do you know that person's given name?
That would be Trontavious Stevens.
Okay. And same thing for Boo. Do you know?
Boo, that would be Mr. Quentin Porter, who's now deceased.
And then did you hear him said, it's a light show when I bring Moon Tunk out?
Yes.
And again, as a part of your investigation, are you familiar with who that is?
Yes, that would be Antonio Sledge.
And all of those are real individuals, correct?
Correct.
All right. 227 BV B12 E. And What is the title name?
Bullshit. Oh, I'm sorry. Bullshit, parentheses, back on, SBX, Dolly, looks like produced, or PROD, AJ.
Huh? What you want? I heard they want it. I might condone it.
Stay working on God. Stay working on God.
I heard they want it. I might condone it. Leave your hoe lonely. Go catch a homicide. Show me if you down to ride. Wanna know if you slime or not. I'm back on that bullshit. Riding around with a full clip. Effing in with the blue tip. Back on my bullshit. Ain't no mediator. I'm the worst of facial. It's time to ride out. Ain't no hiding out. If in destroying walls, I seen the op fall. If in divide y'all, chill, that was my call. Yeah, the high ball. Show up at the op day, let them know I'm through. Let them know I'm bold. I whip it out in broad day, let it blow. Every reach line play Nash. They wonder how we lastin'. We ain't never lag in, we back in. Spin about make young spin it again. Ask God to forgive his sins. Free my nigga that's in the pen. Tay Wayne clock them stubborn twins. Bite my game it'll never end. Beat the hammer, no evidence. No slime left behind, overstepping it, we gon' nail it in. I heard they want it. I might condone it. Leave your hoe lonely. Go catch a homicide. Show me if you down to ride. Wanna know if you slime or not. I'm back on that bullshit. Riding around with a full clip. Effing in with the blue tip. Back on my bullshit. Ain't no mediator. I'm the worst of facial.
Bitch, I'm a egg. I creep in you late. You know I'm a spray. You know I'm a snake. You know how I play. Yes, I get my way. If it ain't Eliante, get it out my face. Get up. Bitches ain't getting okay. You just in my way. 201K today. That what I made today. I be playing with bands for real. Ho, get out my face. I'm fresh in the building. I ain't talking court. They Dolly.
I heard they want it. I might condone it. Leave your hoe lonely. Go catch a homicide. Show me if you down to ride. Wanna know if you slime or not. I'm back on that bullshit. Riding around with a full clip. Effing in with the blue tip. Back on my bullshit. Ain't no mediator. I'm the worst of facial.
Again, were you able to tell that was Mr. Stillwell on that song?
The male voice was Mr. Stillwell, yes.
All right. And in that song, did you hear the words, go catch a homicide, show me if you down the ride, want to know if you slime or not?
Yes.
Beat the hom, no evidence, no slime left behind.
Yes.
Back on that bullshit, ride around with a full clip, effing in with a blue tip.
Yes.
And at some point, every slime played nasty.
Yes.
Yeah. In your investigation, have you, with YSL, have you heard that term, every slime play nasty?
I have.
And have you seen it abbreviated?
I have.
How has it been abbreviated?
ESPN.
And throughout your investigation, have you seen individuals affiliated with YSL with tattoos, ESPN?
I have.
Going back to March 17th, 2022, when Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Nichols were arrested.
Yes.
What were the two types of guns that were found on Meadowlark Lane?
FN handguns.
And slime, have you heard that terminology used with YSL?
I have.
Now, during the course of your investigation with this specific indictment, did you have the occasion to get Instagram records for a Demekion Garlington?
I did not retrieve them, but I reviewed them, yes.
Okay. Was that a part of your investigative task for the team to get the records for Demekion Garlington?
Yes, tasks were split up amongst the team.
Okay. And have you seen a copy of the business record certification as well as the Instagram records for Mr. Garlington?
I have.
Permission to approach, Your Honor? I'm showing you what's been marked as 510VV, 510VVA, and 510VVB. Tell me if you recognize those items.
I do.
And how do you recognize those items?
It'll be the records themselves, or a portion of the records, the business record certification, and then the disc that contains the records.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of both the full record, this business record certification, and the excerpt from Mr. Garlington's Instagram?
It does.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 510VV, 510VVA, and 510VVB into evidence. Oh, no. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
That's who was BB?
B, yes. Now I want to publish 510VVA. And looking at page 2879 of 510VVA, I just want to scroll down to the middle to June 26, 2021 at 15:30. Do you see a message from an Instagram handle, og.bull_?
I do.
And are you familiar with that Instagram?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that Instagram?
I know that to be the Instagram associated with Mr. Stilwell.
Okay. And looking at that Instagram at June 26, 2021, what does the body of that message say?
It says real 30 deep shit.
Okay. And through your investigation, are you familiar with 30 deep?
I am.
And how are you familiar with 30 deep?
Earlier in my career, I worked a few investigations involving members of the 30 Deep criminal street gang.
Okay. Now I want to flip to page 8793. And do you see a post by SlimeLife.Shawty?
I do.
Is that on September 9th, 2019?
It is.
Right. And I'm going to go to 8794. Do you see this image?
I do.
Okay. If you could just read the image for the record and for the jury.
It's a flyer that says Rudy Slimy 18th balloon release. Cleveland, where? Cleveland Park, time 6:30, when 9/9, bring your own balloons, some will be provided.
And do you see some information in the background of this picture?
Yeah, I see a photo of, I believe his name is Jaquan Stevens. He was killed several years ago. And he's putting up, you'll see the YSL in green letters, and you'll see him throwing the hand sign typically associated with members of YSL.
And do you see any emojis?
Green heart and a snake emoji.
And in your experience investigation, have you seen members of YSL wear a Rudy Gang tattoo?
Yes.
I'm going to go to page 8795. Do you see what appears to be a group chat on 8795 through 8796?
I do.
All right. Now, starting on 8795, are you familiar with, do you know the Instagram handle _LittleQuay1?
I've seen it, but I'm not sure of the actual account holder.
All right. And then do you see a message, an author, keep up, we up with several P's?
I do.
Right. Are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
I'm familiar with the handle, yes.
Okay. Do you know who that is?
I keep up, we up is pretty common, and they'll put different names with it, so I'd have to see a photo, but.
Right. Looking at slimelife.shorty.
That would be the Instagram account associated with One Lee.
Okay. And then what about 1bslime_?
That would be the Instagram account associated with Jaborius Greer.
All right. And then do you also see on here a Instagram handle with Ocean Drive Slim?
I do.
Okay. And who is that associated with?
Christian McMiller.
And then flipping to 8796, do you see 2x_unfunk?
I do.
And are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That would be Mr. Quantavious Greer.
And is that the same Quantavious Greer we talked about earlier?
It is.
All right. And looking at this message, do you see the two messages that are back to back?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier you said that Mob and YSL kind of linked up together.
Correct.
All right. Now looking at these text messages, what, if anything, do you discern from those two text messages? Or messages, excuse me.
From these messages?
I'm going to object to relevance
Right.
and 403.
I can approach if. I'm going to go back to page 8797. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom of 8797. Do you see a message on September 9th, 2019 from Instagram handle og.bull_?
I do.
Okay, what does the text say?
PFK look crazy. We gonna tear that shit up. I'm putting you down now.
And flipping to page 8798.
I'm on the bullshit would be the continuation of that message.
And then do you see an emoji response that we can't see from Ocean Drive Slim?
I do.
Okay. Is there a response after that?
Yes, there's a response to Mr. Stillwell's account.
Okay, what does it say?
If we get into everybody, go for a chain.
And is there a response by slimelife.shawty, or the Instagram handle for slimelife.shawty?
There is.
What does it say?
Or the B-roll.
And is there another response by the Instagram handle og.bull_?
Yes, to which Mr. Stillwell responds for show.
Right. And then is there a response by Ocean Drive Slim?
Yes, and it is, if racial expletive don't ride, you be ride back with the ops. You'll be more safer with them.
And then is there a further response by the same Instagram handle?
See y'all soon.
And then is there a response by the og.bull_ Instagram?
He says, Mr. Stillwell says, I agree with that.
And is there a response by Instagram handle blocklife_Aki or OKKY?
Yes.
What is the response?
He responds and says, accurate.
And then is there a response by keep up, we up with 3 or 4 P's?
Yes, he says, is it a particular person who y'all are talking about not riding?
And then is there a response by Ocean Drive Slim?
Mr. McMillan responds, hell nah, fool, just a friendly reminder.
And going to page 8799. Do you see a text on September 10th, 2019?
I do.
By individual or Instagram handle Bloody Rari?
I do.
And what does it say?
Stay dangerous, everybody.
And do you see the message, the author Do It for Phil?
I do.
Are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
I am.
And are you familiar with who that account is associated with?
I am.
Who is that?
It's a gentleman by the name of Miles Farley.
Okay. And is that the same Miles Farley that was discussed on the on the wiretap calls?
It is.
All right. Now, as a part of your investigation, did you obtain a search warrant to get photographs of tattoos? In this case.
I did.
Right. And were you able to get tattoos for Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 513 VV through 517 VV and 518 VV through 526 VV. Tell me if you recognize those pictures.
513 would be the photographs of Mr. Stillwell's tattoos, and then starting at 518 would be the photographs of Mr. Kendrick's tattoos.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the images that were taken as a result of the search warrant you took out?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 513 VV through 526 VV into evidence.
You're admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at 513 VV, who are we looking at 513 VV?
Mr. Stillwell.
And are you able to tell from this image if he has a tattoo along his neck?
I am.
Okay. And what, if anything, does that tattoo say?
Omerta.
And have you heard that term before?
I have.
What is your understanding of omerta?
Typically favored by members of the Goodfellas. It's meaning the code of silence.
Now, is there also a tattoo that says, the price of loyalty is wealth and the price of disloyalty is death?
Yes.
Now looking at 514 BV. Oh, you know what, let's stay on. Sorry, we can go back to 513. On the top of Mr. Silver's chest, do you see two B's at the top of his chest?
Yes.
All right. And if you can indicate that with the highlighter.
On the left side, or on his right side, and on his left side.
Okay. And the Omerta tattoo, where's the Omerta tattoo?
Across his neck.
And then the tattoo that I read, the price of loyalty is wealth and the price of disloyalty is death. Where's that located?
On the upper right portion of his chest.
All right. Now looking at 514 VV. And 515 VV. 514 VV. Looking at 515 VV, do you see a tattoo on his arm?
I do.
Okay. And are you able to see the top of that tattoo?
I am.
Okay. What does it say?
It says blood money, but there's a purposeful misspelling of the word blood with the O's replaced with the 5-9.
What's the significance of the 5-9?
Mr. Stillwell has, I'm not sure if he still does or not, claimed affiliation previously with the 5-9 brim set of bloods. And they'll use the 5-9, or sometimes with, when we talked about 9 deuce earlier, you'll see the O's get replaced by 9-2. So in this case, he replaced the O's with the 5-9.
And then looking at 516 VV.
Okay.
Are you able to read the tattoo that's on the left side of his neck?
I am.
What does it say?
Family before all.
All right. And then looking at 517 VV.
2 face, 1 tear. It's hard to read in the middle portion.
All right. And if you could show the jury on the big screen.
2 face, 1 tear.
Now looking at Stacey's exhibit 518 VV. And who is depicted in 518 VV?
Mr. Kendricks.
Okay. And I want to go to 520 VV. Looking on Mr. Kendrick's right arm, do you see a tattoo?
I do.
And what does it say?
In green, you can see the word slat on his right forearm.
And again, as a part of your investigation with the YSL gang itself, have you seen that terminology?
I have.
Okay. And do you have an understanding based on your investigation what slat means?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a play. Traditionally, the Bloods will say blat, blood love all the time. It's a play on that to stand for slime love all the time.
Now, also looking at 521 VV.
Okay.
Do you see a tattoo in the middle of Mr. Kendrick's stomach?
I do.
What what is depicted in the middle of his stomach?
It's a snake, and it comes up through his chest. I think the head of the snake comes up over here, out through his shoulder, and goes around his neck.
All right, I want to look at 522 VV. $523 VV. Is that the snake that you're still looking at going to the left side of his neck?
Yes.
All right. 524 VV. And there's this snake wrapping around coming out the right side of his neck?
It is.
And then 525 VV.
That will be the middle of Mr. Kendrick's neck, where you'll see the YSL.
And in doing your investigation, is there some symbolism with the snake and YSL?
Yes, those are two identifiers for the gang.
Say that again.
Two identifiers for the gang.
What are the two identifiers for the gang?
Well, the snake, they like the emoji. You'll see it used a lot sometimes in music videos. You'll even see they'll have a live snake around their neck. So it's something that's widely used.
Okay. And then looking at 526 VV.
Okay.
Do you see a tattoo on the back of his left arm?
I do.
And what does that tattoo say?
ESPN.
And can you show the jury on a big screen?
You see ESPN. It's kind of blurry, but it's right there.
And is that similar to what we discussed a few moments ago? Every slime play nasty.
In relation to YSL, it stands for every slime play nasty.
Now, during the course of your investigation and work in this case, did you continue to pull social media from individuals that are being investigated as a part of this case prior to the indictment of this case?
Some, yes.
And did you have occasion to pull public social media posts from og.bull_?
Yes.
Did you also pull social media that had pictures of Mr. Kendrick from various different Instagram accounts?
Yes.
Did you also pull any music videos in which Mr. Kendrick was featured?
Yes.
And then did you also pull social media from an account, Slime Business Rod?
Yes.
Right. And whose Instagram account was that?
Slime Business Rod would be a gentleman that goes by the name Rodelius Ryan.
And did you also pull video from that account as well?
I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review those items prior to your testimony today?
I have.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Did you also pull social media from the account doitforphil_?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the same mouse file that we discussed earlier?
Yes.
I'm going to first show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 435 VV, 436 VV, and 436 VVA. Tell me if you recognize those exhibits.
These are going to be postings from Mr. Stillwell's public account.
And do those appear to be fair, accurate depictions of Instagram posts that you pulled as a part of your investigation in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 435 VV, 436 VV, and 436 VVA into evidence.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I just briefly look at this?
Yes. And Ms. Hilton, while he's looking, tell me those numbers again.
Yes, Your Honor. 435 VV, 436 VVA, and 436 VV.
So 435 VV, 436 VV, and then 436 VVA?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Those are admitted.
Thank you. Now, looking at State's Exhibit 433 VV, 479 VV, and 480 VV, tell me if you recognize those three exhibits.
These would be from Mr. Farley's Instagram account.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of posts from Mr. Farley's Instagram account?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 433 VV, 479 VV, and 480 VV.
Those are admitted.
Now I want you to look at 430. For 30 VV, 434 VV, 511 VV, 512 VV. First time if you recognize those.
These would be posts concerning Mr. Kendrick.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of pictures of Mr. Kendrick from different Instagram pages?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 430 VV, 434 VV, 511 VV, and 512 VV into evidence.
Admitted. Oh, sorry. Sure. Let's take a bathroom break. I don't know. Do we need? I don't know.
All right, so Jerry.
If so, let's go ahead and get them in. Let's get the witness back. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. State would like to admit .430 VV, .434 VV, 511 VV, 512 VV, and 482 VV into evidence.
All right, admitted.
And then looking at Investigative Verito 477 VV, 478 VV, and 529 VV. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize those?
It's going to be a post from Mr. Ryan's Instagram account, as well as CDs that should contain the video of his posts that he made.
And did those appear to be fair, accurate depiction of both the Instagram posts of Mr. Ryan as well as the videos from his Instagram page?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time state would like to admit 478 VV, 477 VV, and 529 VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
I'm going to start with 435 VV. And what Instagram post is this from?
Did it from Mr. Stilla's account.
All right. And looking at the picture, are you able to see the person posted?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to tell who that is?
Mr. Stilla.
All right. And is he wearing a sweatshirt?
Yes.
And are you able to tell or read what the sweatshirt says?
It says slime, and then it's going to define it. It's kind of blurred on this one. You can.
Okay. All right. Are you able to read it from the picture?
You're going to have to zoom in a little bit more.
Okay. I think that might be the capabilities right there. Showing 436 VV. Looking at Stacey's exhibit 436 VV, is that from that same Instagram account associated with Mr. Stillwell?
It is.
And is that Mr. Stillwell in the picture?
It is.
And what is he wearing?
A sweatshirt that says slime, and it's going to have a definition.
Okay. And then is there a post?
I'm sorry, could you?
Is there a post?
Yes. Oh, it says, I fell off 100 times. 100 times I bounced back. Hashtag life size, lizard emoji. And then it says, Mani Tumba de Piedra.
And is there another emoji?
The devil, the purple devil emoji.
Okay. And as we discussed earlier, did members of YSL sometimes use a lizard as one of their emojis?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you were pulling this Instagram, did you know what Mani Tumba de Piedra meant?
I did not.
Did you do anything to see if you could determine what it meant?
Yeah, if you can see right here, you can hit the see translation button, and typically on Instagram, when you click that, it will translate anything that's not in the language that the majority of the post is in.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
All right, I'm showing you what's been admitted as 436 VVA. And what did the translation translate to?
When you click the translation, the automatic translation from Instagram is going to generate a caption of peanut stone grave.
And does it have the same purple devil emoji?
It does.
Okay. Now, when you were observing this on Instagram, did that post stay the same the entire time that you were observing it on Instagram?
It did not.
Okay. What happened?
I'd say it was up for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and the Spanish portion was, the post was edited to remove the Spanish portion.
If you could repeat your answer.
I'm sorry, it was up for about 2 or 3 minutes, and the portion of the caption that was in Spanish was edited to be removed. So the post remained, but the Spanish caption was taken off.
Now, one also published was already been admitted as 47NN.
I'm trying to rob them.
Well, for looking at 47NN, are you familiar with what's in 47NN?
I am.
How are you familiar?
That's a video posted to Mr. Stillwell's account.
Okay. And is this one of the videos that you pulled as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Right. Now, in looking at this video, are you familiar with the location where the video is filmed?
Yes.
How are you familiar with the location where the video is filmed?
Just for being familiar with the area, being out there.
Okay. And where is that location?
It was Cleveland Avenue.
And I keep a stick, ain't no avoiding no smoke. Drop top, cool. Looking for who? Let it bang when you view. That's safe for you. Get you flipped in the scene, I'm on rodeo. I'm that slime they always talk about. Hash they never touching them. I just beat a murderer. Pay my lawyer 30 for that. And my slimes a butter law. We ain't arguing no court at all. Seem like we open the door for y'all young niggas, work shake these bodies off. And I wipe your nose, sit in your family face and just smile it off.
Now, in that video, were you able to see any actual snakes in that video?
Yes, there's one intertwined on Mr. Stillwell's YSL chain. It's like a smaller, like live snake in the chain.
And when you pulled this video, what, if any, significance did this video have for you when you pulled it?
The location, some of the imagery, the people involved, and the lyrics.
We talked about the location. What imagery was of significance to you?
The snake, the chain, things of that nature. the hand signs.
And then what, if any, lyrics were of significance to you as your investigation?
The lyric concerning drop top coupe, looking for who. Also, the ones involving me and my slimes were above the law. We don't walk into court at all. Wiping somebody's nose and sit in their family's face and smile it off.
Wiping someone's nose, had you heard that terminology before?
I have.
How have you heard that terminology?
It's used quite a bit, and I know what to mean to harm or kill someone. And also, the blue T-shirt, I couldn't read, but you can read it on here in the definition of slime.
And what does it say?
The definition of slime on here is going to read, can't be trusted, a repulsive or despicable individual, wipe your, pardon my French, fucking nose, and then it says, is you slime enough at the bottom.
So you recognize it on that sweatshirt, but also hearing inside of the song.
Correct.
Anything else that was of significance in this song?
I did see Miles Farley and Quamorbius Nichols in the background of the video, as well as Winnie Lee.
Right. I'm going to now show you State's Exhibit 433 VV. Now, whose Instagram handle is this?
This would be do it for Phil _ associated with Miles Farley.
Okay. And do you see the picture?
I do.
And do you see a tattoo on the back of the person's neck?
I do.
And what does the tattoo say?
ESPN.
And again, is that the Every Slime Play Nasty?
Yes.
Right. And is that Miles Farley?
It is.
And do you know him to have that tattoo on his neck?
I do.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 479 VV. And looking at Exhibit 479 VV, if we can scroll in, is that Miles Farley?
It is. Right. It is.
And do you see a tattoo on his arm, Rock Crew?
Yeah, right here on his upper right forearm, you're going to see the name Rock Crew.
Okay. And then looking at 432 VV. Do you see anything on his shirt? Any writing on his shirt, excuse me?
Yes, it says slime or die.
Now going to 434 VV. Who's depicted in 434 VV?
Mr. Kendrick.
Right. And what is he standing next to?
Graffiti that says slat.
And what, if any, color is he wearing, or what is he wearing?
A red bandana print T-shirt.
Now looking at 430 VV. Are you able to tell who's in that picture? Is that also Mr. Kendrick?
Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Williams.
Okay. And is Mr. Kendrick, what is he wearing?
A red bandana and a YSL diamond pendant with a red shirt.
And do you know where they are in this picture?
Appears to possibly Cleveland Avenue Park. It's hard to tell.
Looking at 511 BV. And is that Mr. Kendrick as well?
It is.
And what is he holding?
A hat with a image of a rat crossed out.
All right. And what color is the head?
Red.
All right. Now looking at 512 BV. And looking at 512 VV, who was in the picture?
Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Arnold.
And who's posted the picture?
Mr. Arnold.
Right. And is there a caption?
Roll down the window, he running like Ricky.
And are there any emojis and hashtags?
With a running emoji, an eye emoji, hashtag Slack Gotti, hashtag Blue Devil with a snake emoji and a blue heart.
And in your investigation, did you learn if Mr. Arnold was a part of a gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
YSL and the Rollin' 60 Neighborhood Crips.
I'm sorry.
Rollin' 60 Neighborhood Crips.
And did the Rollin' 60 Neighborhood Crips have an alliance with YSL?
Yes.
And as a gang investigator, are you familiar with hybrid gangs?
I am.
Okay. And would this be consistent with the understanding of being a part of a hybrid gang?
It would.
I now want to publish State's Exhibit 482 VV.
One of my biggest fears, my niggas switching up. Say how heart ain't really big enough. And we ride around with guns probably big as us. And we be on some Tupac shit, hit 'em up.
You know a lot of kids play.
Tell them spin a beat, they say shot style. Say they wanna be famous, put them on Fox style. And I run with the mud, you got mud ties. I just pull up and how about the coupe, you got frog eyes. Nigga play with Ufu, can get hot tie. Nigga play with Ufu, then they all die. Talk about knocking off your big homie, even his small fry. Why would I lie?
I don't murder, never switching up. You say you nigga gassy, you ain't did enough. Spin back a couple times, still ain't did enough. Hail Mary, took my shit, I'm about to hit him up. Listen up, you respect you nigga crazy. Your work epic lazy. Black it on a nigga, 8 mile shit steady. I think wicked with this paper, don't get me thinking crazy. Send the word to them 8, erase your whole generation. Every nigga around me wicked, like, why would I lie? Slime all nigga like, yeah. If I ever told a soul, I'm like, nah. I won't change on my brother, fuck, nah.
Tell them spin a beat, they say shot style. Say they wanna be famous, put them on Fox style. And I run with the mud, you got mud ties. I just pull up and how about the coupe, you got frog eyes. Nigga play with Ufu, can get hog tied. Nigga play with Ufu, then they all die. Talk about knocking off your big homie, even his small fry. Why would I lie? Why would I lie? I got more time. When they see the game, feel it change and they get frog out. And I be right round the way, that's not a long ride. So if you bout it, be about it at all time. And I'm tryna run my racks up on niggas, but they wanna make me act up on niggas. But they say a young nigga wrong, riding with killers. But they don't know that job you gotta ride, we got them figures. And they don't know that job you gotta ride when you that nigga. They chopper on the floor, but I got this Glock right here in the middle. And I want you to think it's sweet, but it really sour when it get bitter. Was a little nigga, I run around, got my bag on, now I'm bigger. Tell us to the beat, they say shot style. They wanna be famous, put them on Fox style. And I run with the mud, you got mud ties. I just pull up and how about the coupe, you got frog eyes. Nigga play with Ufu, can get hot tie. Nigga play with Ufu, then they all die. Talk about knocking off your big homie, even his small fry. Why would I lie? Knocking off your big homie, bitch. Break it up.
Yeah, fuck they talking about, nigga. Living ass, strong fired ass, nigga, What you mean? What y'all talking about? You fucking peasants. Yeah, peasants.
Now, did you pull this as a part of your investigation?
I did.
Okay. What, if any, significance was this song to you as a part of your investigation in this case?
This song was a great showcase of the alliance between the Goodfellas and YSL. There was a couple of songs that they did together, but this was one of the ones where the video and the song were a good showcase of that due to who was present in the video, the lyrics, and some of the imagery.
And let's talk about the imagery. What are some of the imagery that you saw that showed the alliance between Goodfellas and YSL?
The hand signs, Mr. Greer is a prominent Goodfellas member. He's thrown up the YSL hand sign. The main singer, if you want to know, a rapper, is a gentleman by the name of Ricky Hill. He holds the rank of capo. When we talked about Frank Hubert earlier, he's a capo. Ricky Hill is another person in a leadership role with the Goodfellas. He goes by the name 24 Heavy. And he's kind of showing the alliance, letting them all be in the video with him. There's a gentleman named Eric Moore. He had a gray Audi that was on scene at 2830 Waters Road the night that we were out there. He's in the video as well. Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Wonnie Lee. So it's a really good representation of the alliance between the two groups.
And did you see any green flags in the video as well?
Yes, some of them you'll see around their wrists and things of that nature.
Now, you also talked about the lyrics. Why were they of significance to you in this song?
Because they're talking about a slime mob, combining the two terms slime. They talk about the Goodfellas go by mob, talking about play with oomp, somebody will get hogtied, knocking off your big homie, even his small fries, referencing some other incidents in the past.
All right. And did you also then pull some Instagram for Rodalius Ryan?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to publish what has been admitted as 478 VV. And is this one of the posts that you pulled from the Slime Business Rod account?
It was.
And it's who's depicted in the picture?
Rodalius Ryan.
And what does the caption say?
If you caught a case, and the C's are going to be a purposeful misspelling with X's, and stayed solid with the strong emoji, you deserve a bag emoji when you get home. Triple threat B emoji, free Psych and Quay, free Lil Bally, love ya.
And where, are you able to tell where this picture is taken?
Appears to be in a correctional facility.
And was there any significance to you to the caption that is posted?
Talking about staying solid. If you catch a bag and if you catch a body, or if you catch a case and you stay solid, you deserve a bag when you get home. We've seen that theme throughout some of these social media posts throughout this investigation.
And what is your understanding of staying solid?
Not snitching, remaining quiet.
All right, I'm going to publish first 529 VV.
Fuck the fake, man. Yeah, man. Gang shit, man. You know what the fuck going, man. Yeah, man. Slime business shit, man. Man, happy birthday to you, man. Really mean everything to me, man. Shit on me for real. Can you get the only tattoo on me, man? Gonna spin again. Nah, for real, no cap. Nigga, slack, nigga. It been a minute since I suited up. It been a minute since I booted up. It been a minute since a minute had to skip it, 30 clear with a stitch and had to shoot it up. It been a minute and it bothered me. The dog got life sentence off of robbery. P10 clock, ready with it and it bothered me. Under the streets took a party. I went from on a road to a gangster. I went my own road cause I'm yeah. We got the same stuff. Yeah, we got the same talk. Legal type, it don't even rain enough. We got my stain up.
And where does it appear that he is posting this video from?
A correctional facility.
Okay. Now publishing 477 VV. And did you hear it while we were waiting for that? In the video, the song saying getting your stain up?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard that term before?
I have.
What is your understanding of getting your stain up?
Stain or increasing your rank or status within the gang. Stain is your rank or a status within the gang.
And in your experience as a gang investigator, what are some of the ways that gang members get their stain or get their rank up in a gang?
Typically in gang investigations, we look at it two different ways. There's hustling and there's banging. Hustling brings you money and proceeds towards the gang, and banging is acts of violence. So there's two different ways you can do it within the gang.
And would an example of maybe shooting at a police officer, would that be a way of getting stain up in the gang?
Sustained.
In your experience, have you heard of gang members shooting at police officers?
I have.
Is that a way of getting stain in a gang?
Yes.
Is murdering someone a way of getting stain in a gang?
Murdering, drive-by shootings, home invasions, robberies. There are several ways you can do it with the use of violence.
Yeah, man, free my nigga Big Brish, man. Yeah, man, live from Chain Gang. Fuck that boy. Fuck that boy. Spank that baby. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Brish, man. Fuck the DA. Yeah, we catching the bun on this shit. Yeah, and we about to catch that bun, fuck nigga. We coming to get you. You know what it is. Yes, sir. That shit in the hood right here, gang. Free the gang. Yeah, YSL shit. That's the hood right here, son. Yeah. Slack Benny. Slack, man. Free the game. Happy to get boy bun though, too. Happy to get boy bun. Okay. Fuck Rashawn the Devil Boy. Yeah, man. Free my nigga Big Rich, man. By the way, the game way. Big Rich with the big head, man. Okay. They gave my nigga a bun today, man. Smell me. YSL. They gave my nigga a bun today, y'all. Shit crazy. What? Right there.
And looking at that video, why was that significant for you to pull that video?
Well, first, he was in a correctional facility with a cellular phone, covering the news coverage of Mr. Eppinger receiving a bond for shooting Officer Rogers. And associating, talking about where that's the gang, that's the hood, throwing up the YSL hand sign, F the DA, things of that nature.
Now, were you involved with drafting the search warrant for the search of the home of Mr. Jeffrey Williams on May 9th, 2022?
Yes.
And how were you involved in the execution of that search warrant?
I was the affiant of the warrant that covered the body of Mr. Williams for his arrest, cellular devices, and gang evidence. I made, once entry was made by the SWAT team, I then arrived at the location.
And do you know if Phoenix was a part of that search?
It was.
And to your knowledge, do you know if SWAT announced entry before making entry into the home?
Yes.
Now, Investigator Viverito, when you were working at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, how did you notate the work that you did on this case?
The Fulton County District Attorney's Office, even though we do have a law enforcement component, doesn't have a traditional report management system like a police department where you enter reports or have a database where records are kept. So typically, to make sure stuff wasn't just stored on a hard drive or in an email, my affidavits and search warrants would be lengthier than usual or most that you would see, so that when they get filed with the clerk's office, something is memorialized, something for good, somewhere for good. So I know I did numerous search warrants that totaled hundreds of pages just to be all-inclusive of the facts of the case, pretty much, to serve kind of as my report, because we didn't have a traditional report management system.
And to your knowledge, with this case, do you know how many search warrants you did or drafted?
Say at least 15.
Now I want to kind of transition slightly as we come to a close regarding gangs and guns. In your experience as a gang investigator, and investigating gangs, do you see, in your experience, gang members switching guns through various hands?
Yes, often.
Okay. And based upon your understanding, your investigation, can you tell the jury your understanding of why that happens within the gang?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
As a gang expert, are you able to enlighten the jury to your understanding as to why that happens in the gang?
I'm going to permit that.
Because if a murder is committed with a gun, you probably don't want to ever be caught with that gun or associated with that gun if you can avoid it. Sometimes they will trade the gun in whole, and maybe the person receiving the gun may not know what's been done with it. There are other times where you can take pieces of guns, such as Glocks, if they're the same make and model, you can take the barrel out and exchange it.
I'm going to object to relevance in 403. There's no evidence involved.
Sustained.
As a gang expert, have you seen individuals switch barrels of guns? And Your Honor, I can approach, we do have.
I'll permit that.
Yeah. Have you seen that occur?
Yes, we've seen that happen.
Now, earlier, I believe you discussed how social media is kind of the new graffiti for the gang.
Correct.
And in the course of your investigation with YSL and YFN, were the social media posts that we've seen throughout your testimony some of the examples of what you were speaking of?
Yes.
What about music? How have you seen, as a gang expert, music promote gangs or promote gang violence in your experience?
Music is often used to promote gang violence.
Your Honor, I'm going to object that this is outside the expertise of this witness.
Sustained.
Have you taken courses on gang music and gang culture?
Yes, I believe during the GGIA, one of the GGIA conferences I have.
And as a part of your investigation with gangs, have you listened to music associated with various gangs?
Y'all approach.
as you sit here today, do you know if the beef between YSL and YFN is still continuing?
It is.
Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions.
Good afternoon, Investigator Viverito.
Good afternoon, Mr. Weinstein.
How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. As you know, I represent Mr. Kendrick.
Yes, I do.
All right. Let me ask you a few questions. Excuse me. Permission to approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you DK16. Do you recognize the individual in that picture?
I do.
I'd like to admit DK16 into evidence.
Submit.
Permission to publish? In Exhibit DK16, who do you see?
Dwayne Carter.
And Dwayne Carter is also known as Little Wayne, right?
He is.
Okay. In the image that is on the right side of the two photographs,
Yes,
you see his arm there, correct?
I do.
Do you see ESPN on his arm?
I do.
And what do you maintain that the ESPN, or do you know what the ESPN on his arm stands for?
On him, since he's not a member of YSL, I couldn't tell you what that stands for.
But he is not a member of YSL, correct?
Correct.
And yet he has ESPN on his arm.
Correct. Like I could have a star, Bloods could have a star. Different tattoos mean different things to different people.
So the ESPN on his arm could mean ESPN, the sports network, correct?
As not being a member of YSL, yes.
So if you're a member of YSL and you have ESPN on your arm, are you saying the only thing it could possibly mean is your interpretation of ESPN?
That's what I've seen it mean thus far with members of YSL.
And that's the only thing you believe it could mean?
As far as members of YSL, yes.
So the fact that my client was a football star at Grady. Okay. Do you know if my client played football at Grady?
I do now.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to University of Georgia as a football player? I'm asking if she knows it.
Sustained. You can ask if she knows whether it's true or not.
Do you know if my client got a scholarship to the University of Georgia?
I've heard that.
You've heard that. Okay. And so would you find it surprising that someone that got a football scholarship to the University of Georgia might like ESPN, the network?
I mean, they could like it, but I don't know if I'm sure he likes other TV channels also that aren't tattooed on him.
So if it's tattooed on you, it must mean ESPN, that you're a member of YSL. You just said that Dwayne Carter has ESPN on his arm, but he's not a member of YSL.
Sustained.
You just said that ESPN on Lil Wayne is not a YSL insignia, correct?
Correct. Like I could say, you can see a college sorority girl with a star tattoo on her, right? And then you can go down to the prison and see members of blood gangs with 5-point stars tattooed on them. It's going to have, we look at everything on an individual basis. So I can't make that determination. When it comes to YSL members, when you see ESPN associated with a YSL member, I have not seen it mean of anything other than every slime play nasty.
And you said you could see a sorority girl with a star on her, correct?
Correct.
And you could see a University of Georgia football player with ESPN on their arm too, correct?
Correct, but they're both not members of a blood gang or YSL.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, can I get you to come up? May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Got the DK15 video. Mr. Kokomo is going to show you a video. I just want to know if you recognize that video.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah. Would you play a piece of that?
Can I stop for a second? Is that going to show my face on camera?
No, we're not going to.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure.
I'm not going to show you.
Okay, yes, absolutely.
Do you recognize that video?
I do.
I'm not going to publish this video, but I'd like to introduce DK15 into evidence.
Okay. It's admitted.
Okay, now I'm going to show you a still from the video.
Sure.
Okay, do you recognize that?
I do.
And do you recognize the individual in that?
That is me. I do.
Okay. I am going to introduce DK15A. And it's redacted. Are you okay with that redaction?
No objection.
Okay.
All right, and that's a still from the video.
Yes, it's
Submitted.
DK15A. It's a still from the video, and it's been redacted to remove the image of Investigator Viverito.
Thank you. It's
Okay.
submitted.
Would you please publish DK15A? Okay. Who is in this still image from DK15?
That is me.
Okay. Do you recall when this was taken?
That was on March 9th of 2020. I'm sorry, May 9th of 2022.
And where was it taken?
At 355 Allison Drive, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, 30342.
And whose home was that at the time?
The home of Jeffrey Williams.
And where in the home are you?
Should be the master bedroom closet leading to the bathroom.
And in the video that you watched, which I'm not publishing, again, because it has your image on it.
Correct.
What are you doing at that point in the video?
We're inventorying the jewelry and items that are in the home.
Okay. And is this image that is taken, that's part of your inventorying procedure in the home, is that correct?
It's a documentation procedure, yes.
Okay. And do you recognize what you're holding in your hand in this still image?
I do.
And what are you holding in your hand?
A watch of some sort.
Okay. Do you know if do you recognize that as a Richard Mille watch?
I guess, yes.
And that's a pink watch, correct?
It's pink and either pink and light pink or pink and white, yes.
It's a pink band, correct?
Correct.
And it has a white ceramic, I'll call it the body of the watch.
White, yeah, I guess it's white if you say so, yes.
Okay. After you took this image and you did this inventorying process, where did the watch go after this?
If you watch the video in its entirety, we're inventorying everything in the closet. There's a bunch of small boxes everywhere. So if you watch the video in its entirety, You take it, and the watch is photographed like this, box is closed, it's taken and put up on the shelf in the upper left-hand corner, and the inventorying continues, and then jewelry starts getting packed up and getting ready for the evidence team to come and take it down to property.
Okay. Since November the 4th of this year, have you spoken to the state about this particular watch, the pink watch with the white band that I've been calling the Richard Mill or Richard Milley watch?
To the state, no, but I've seen the, like, Twitter coverage of it going missing or whatever you want to.
Maybe.
Well, no. I mean, there's a camera in here. They know that it's being live streamed. You just are not supposed to be watching it.
Oh.
And you asked that in the evidence. So
Well,
just keep moving.
I wasn't watching the trial, but my name.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Just keep moving.
Okay.
Unless you need to approach about something else.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. So tell me, and I'd like to know about this. Tell me in the whatever coverage you saw, what did you learn about this watch that came up in this trial?
Sustained. Well, yeah, sustained.
Okay. So after this watch was inventoried and you left it for, I'm sorry, who did you say takes the watch after the inventorying process?
Okay. So if you watch the video in its entirety.
Which I can't show here, but
right.
Go ahead.
But if you watched it, like I watched it, the watch gets boxed back up and placed up on the shelf, and it gets left there by the team as as an accident. It was left there. The home was then turned over to Mr. Williams Sr. and Mr. Garfield Lamond to take possession of the home.
And is it the normal process when you're taking jewelry from the home or high-valued goods that you leave behind a $500,000 watch on a shelf?
First, I don't know the value of it. Second of all, like I said, there were numerous jewelry boxes. It was, if you watch the video, everybody in there had on body cameras. I made sure I was on camera at all times. There was cameras throughout the home. So you would be able to see if one of us removed a watch, the box remained in the closet. And like I said, the home was turned over to Mr. Williams Sr. and Mr. Garfield Lamond, who were the two people on scene that took custody of the home for Mr. Williams.
Okay, can we go back to my question?
Sure.
Sure. Is it the normal procedure to leave high-valued items behind when you're doing a search and then a seizure pursuant to a warrant?
Objection out of relevance and answer.
It wasn't answered, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I don't know if there's necessarily a procedure on what you take or what you don't. Like I said, it got left behind. There were other things, like other items of evidence that I had asked to be taken, such as photographs and artwork that had relevance to this case that were left behind by the evidence team. It was quite a big operation. There was a hostile crowd gathering at the bottom of the driveway, so we were trying to speed it up to get out of there.
So are you telling me that law enforcement has no procedure with what you do with high-value items that are subject to a seizure warrant?
Objection on relevance, asked and answered.
It's asked and answered at this point.
Okay. So the watch you say was left behind. What else wasn't done according to your instructions at the home that day?
I believe there were two pieces of artwork that were, one was Mr. Williams in a general uniform with snakes on his arm, and then one was Mr. Williams as like the Jesus at the Last Supper with all the people around him that I thought were relevant that were not taken. And like I said, it started to get pretty hostile out there, so we were trying to speed things up.
You said that there were many people with body cams in the
Correct.
home at the time. How many people approximately at the time of this raid of the home, let's call it that, were wearing body cams?
Almost everybody.
And did these body cams capture Mr. Kendrick within the home?
I believe they caught Mr. Kendrick running from the home.
That's not the question I asked.
They caught him outside of the home. I don't know how to better answer the question.
It's either a yes, no.
No.
Is there body cam image of Mr. Kendrick within Mr. Williams' home?
The body camera image I saw was him running from the home.
Is there body cam image of
No.
Mr.
Answer
Williams
yes or no, and then you can explain.
in the home?
I haven't reviewed all of the entry team's body camera, but no.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick in Mr. Williams' home?
On that, by the time I arrived at the location, the entry was already made. So I did not, no.
You did not? Okay. Did you, there were approximately a half a dozen firearms found within the home, correct?
Correct.
Have you seen any images of Mr. Kendrick possessing any of those firearms?
I have not.
Have you seen any images of Mr. Kendrick near those firearms?
I have not.
There were drugs found in the home, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick with any of those drugs?
No.
Did you see Mr. Kendrick anywhere near any of those drugs?
No.
As far as you know, was Mr. Kendrick in actual possession of any of those drugs?
No, I wasn't there when they made entry.
Have you spoken to anyone? No, let me take that back. Did you speak to Mr. Kendrick at all at that time?
I did not.
Okay. As far as you know, did Mr. Kendrick have any of those drugs, as far as you know?
As far as I know, no.
And as far as you know, did he have any of those guns?
I just know he was in the home where they were located at some point that day.
Okay. Let's talk about the mob ties video for just a moment.
Yes.
So in that video, at the very end, right, we have Mr. Kendrick saying, excuse my language, saying, knock it off your big homie bitch, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall how many times that line was stated prior to Mr. Kendrick uttering that line at the very end?
Multiple.
And it was stated by 24 Heavy, Ricky Hill, correct?
Correct.
And I believe he states it 3 times, right?
Correct.
So Mr. Kendrick is just repeating a line that someone else has written or someone else has said. He's repeating that at the end, correct?
I'm not sure who the writing credits go to, but he did say it at the end.
He's not freestyling it in that it's never been heard before in the song, correct?
Well, it wasn't part of the song. At that point, the song had ended, and he yelled it.
But it had been said 3 times before in the song, right?
Right.
So you're aware there's post-editing that lines can be put into music after the song is recorded, correct?
Right, but the context of how he was saying it, the way he said it, wasn't going along with the song.
Ooh, this is interesting. Tell me about that.
It was after the song had concluded, and he kind of yelled it out with Miss Raven, and I forgot who else was with him.
How do you determine that a song has concluded?
The video, the way it's portrayed in the video. I didn't edit it. The way that it's portrayed in the video has ended, and he utters it at the end after the song is concluded.
So what training have you had in music to know, when a song is ended in a particular video, when there's an utterance after a song is ended?
Are you asking me how I know when a song ends?
Yeah, how do you know this in this video? Like, you've had training and expertise that tells you when a particular rap song ends and then something is just blurted out afterwards?
I mean, I've listened to the song independent of the video, and that's not on the track.
But it's in the video, correct?
Right, but when the song concludes, it's not part of the track.
Can we put up, which one of y'all are throwing up exhibits? Can you put up 512 VV? Yes. Mr. Atkins, thank you so much. Yeah, it's okay, thank you. I should have told you that. So, thank you, though. Sorry, just give us a minute to get it up. Oh, okay. We'll talk about something just a moment while it's going to take a few minutes for this to get pulled up, okay? We'll come back to it, I promise. Again, I'm going to go back to the closet, and I apologize for jumping around.
Sure.
When you're in Mr. Williams, did you call it the jewelry closet?
No, it was a closet where there was a jewelry and other things, money, other things were stored.
Okay. When you're in that closet, do you recall in that video that you mentioned how valuable that watch is when you pull it up?
I don't believe so.
I can play that for you so you can hear that.
You can. I don't. Yeah, if you'd like to.
I'll be careful.
Are we playing the video or just the audio?
I just want to do the audio, so I'm going to make sure we can get that done.
Well, that ought to not pose a problem.
I want to make sure we can technically do that without having an issue.
On it, okay. I mean, he could just play it from his laptop if that's an easier way to do it, as long as the jury can hear it.
Okay, can you turn it up?
Just put a mic next to your speaker on
we can
your
do
laptop.
it from here. We can do it from here.
Ferguson, good slings? Yeah. All the way. All right, so much just say no. All the cars, minus the Mustang, contain either thug or guns, name it.
I'm not sure that's working. There's a lot of an echo there.
Yeah, that's not working. Just a show. We'll just play it for you so you can see that. I just don't want to risk your image being shown.
I appreciate you, Ms. Weinstein.
All the cars, minus the Mustang, contain either thug or guns, name it. One of the vehicles with one of the horses contains windsprings and.
I'm gonna put all the jewelry in this. We have an evidence bag.
I have a second.
You don't hear it in there?
I don't make that remark, no.
Okay. What was the first watch?
I made it, like you said, I made it about the first watch that made it to
Made it
evidence.
about the first watch,
Yeah.
which was also a Richard Mille watch, or Mill.
I don't
know how to pronounce it. So you did make it about the first Richard Mille, just not the
That is
second
in
Richard
evidence.
Mille. Okay. But they're both Richard Mille watches, correct?
I mean, there were several much more expensive pieces of jewelry that were there also. And this is not my first case with a lot of expensive jewelry.
Here you go. Did you get it pulled up, Mr. Atkins? Oh, great. Thank you. Okay. Let's go back to 512 VV for just a moment.
Okay.
Look at would you read that line below again about running like Ricky?
Yes.
And what is the import of running like Ricky?
It's from a movie.
And what movie is that from?
Boys in the Hood.
And what's happening to Ricky in Boys in the Hood that's running like Ricky has become a meme.
He's getting gunned down in a drive-by shooting.
And what's he doing when he's getting gunned down?
Running.
And he's running down an alley, correct?
Yes.
And he's running at a pretty good clip away from the vehicle that is shooting him with a shotgun, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He's not standing on a sidewalk, right?
I didn't insinuate that.
Sorry?
I didn't insinuate that.
No, I didn't say you did. I'm just asking you a question.
He's running.
Okay. And he's running directly away from the shotgun that's coming out of a car to shoot him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This picture here of I guess it's Duke, it's Martinez Arnold, correct?
Yes.
And Diamante Kendrick. This is from June 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And that is approximately 5 years and 5 months after the killing of Donovan Thomas.
Yes, this picture was more so of importance to me to show the alliance between the Crips and YSL.
Oh, that's right. That's a hybrid gang, right?
Correct.
Okay. And a hybrid gang is kind of like a nose of wax, right? It's something that you can twist and pull so that any type of characteristics that you find can meet the definition of a gang, right?
That's not true.
It isn't true. Why wouldn't that be true?
For example, this hybrid gang with Mr. Arnold, this came about when Mr. Keith Troop died, and Mr. Williams gave the eulogy at Mr. Keith Troop's funeral. And if you listen to Mr. Kitchens, he tells the story about how Mr. Williams was put in charge to take care of Mr. Kitchens and guide him, and he's the one that kind of took them under their wing, and it was okay. And Mr. Williams was the first one to cross color lines when it came to gangs here in Georgia, and they were first uneasy with that, but Keith Troop explained to them, no, it's okay, this is something we do now. So that's an example. And the Department of Justice defines hybrid gangs as a gang member's participation in multiple gangs, vague rules and code of conduct, gangs or different gangs collaborating together to commit crimes. And there's several other definitions, but it's not just something I made up. The Department of Justice defines it too.
No, I know. And what I'm trying to understand from you is I've seen multiple gang experts come in here and talk about definitions of gangs and definitions of hybrid gangs. And it just appears that if a group of individuals don't fit your definition of a gang, that they automatically get classified as a hybrid gang. I'm asking a question about hybrid gang.
Well,
can you explain what a hybrid gang is?
yes, I gave you part of it. It's traditionally a neighborhood gang or local gang that tries to take on the identifiers of a traditional gang. Like, I'm from New York. The gangs in New York are much more structured. The gangs in LA, Chicago are much more structured. I apologize, from New York. The gangs are much more structured here in Georgia. You'll see there are neighborhood cliques that will adopt the identifiers, like YSL, for example, adopted the identifiers of sex, money, murder. They were sex, money, murder based in the beginning, but then Mr. Williams decided to do his own spin on it. Like I said, when he was very close to Keith Troop, when he was deceased, or prior to that, like I said, if you watch, there's history about it where Mr. Kitchens talks about he was sent to go help out Mr. Williams at one point. And at first he was uneasy, like, oh, do we do this? And he said,
slow down also.
Yeah,
It's
just-
sustained
yeah.
to hearsay.
and that's,
I'm trying to understand, without giving examples, if you can define hybrid gang.
it is a neighborhood gang that takes on pieces of traditional gangs. And like I said, you'll have individuals from different gangs working together. You will have the mixed use of identifiers, like we've seen through the presentation of evidence here. Like here, this snake and the blue heart for the Crips. Vague rules and code of conduct. Sex, money, murder, bloods have a rank structure. I don't know a rank structure within YSL. So they take pieces of what they like and they put their own spin on it, but are still backed by a traditional gang.
So a traditional gang would have a hierarchy, correct?
Correct.
But you, according to I believe the testimony we've heard, YSL as a gang doesn't have a hierarchy.
They don't have, but the Goodfellas, for example, they have.
I'm asking, let's go back to my question.
Right.
What YSL?
Right.
I would ask for counsel to be able to explain her answer. I mean, the witness to be able to explain her answer.
Well, the answer wasn't responsive to my question.
Overruled. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. YSL does not have a hierarchy as a traditional gang does, correct?
They don't have a set of leadership like roles, no.
Okay, so in that sense, they wouldn't fit into the definition of a traditional gang.
But they're still welcomed by members of the Sex, Money, Murder Bloods.
Can you just answer my question?
Yes.
Okay. So my question was, they don't fit into the definition of a traditional gang.
Correct.
So instead, they get slotted over to this catch-all category of hybrid gang, correct?
I wouldn't call it a catch-all, no.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weinstein.
All right. For a minute, let me just ask y'all some scheduling issue. Actually, can you give me just 1 second? You're ready.
All right, thank you, Honorable. Please, court, Investigative Riverito, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chart.
Good afternoon. Okay. Let me just start off with something that you said on direct. When did you start working on this case with the DA's office?
I'm trying to think. I got to probably fall of 21, maybe.
Fall of 2021. And in fall of 2021, when you started working with this case with the DA's office, you were in the section or in the working group with under ADA Love, correct?
No.
Okay, who were you under?
Kara Convery was the deputy district attorney at that time.
All right, and with the DA's office, eventually, you're not with the DA's office now?
Correct.
Okay, but with the DA's office, you worked on this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you worked under Kara Convery. Who else did you work under?
Well, she wasn't on the case, but for the case, I worked under Don Geary.
Don Geary, okay. All right. Now, in your testimony over the last few days, you've spoken about the work that you did on this case with the district attorney's office.
Correct.
And you've given us your opinions about certain things that you learned through your work at the district attorney's office, correct?
Some, I don't know. I don't think I've given many opinions.
Okay. As part of your work with the district attorney's office, you reviewed surveillance videos.
Correct?
Okay. You drafted affidavits for search warrants.
Correct?
You collected evidence from Jeffrey Williams' house.
Correct?
You collected social media posts.
Correct?
From various people.
Correct?
You reviewed Mr. Stillwell's phones.
Correct?
You've reviewed music, in this case, by various artists.
Correct?
Okay. In fact, today, I guess you reviewed a video to make a determination of what type of gun is in a picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All those things that you did, and there were other things that you did with the DA's office, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you testified that you were asked by Ms. Hilton, how did you notate your work on this case? And then you said that you talked about your search warrant affidavits, that you make them thorough.
Correct.
Okay, but search warrant affidavits aren't memorandums, are they?
No.
Okay, they're not police reports, are they?
No.
Okay. And your explanation, you don't have reports written for the work that you did in this case as a district attorney, with the district attorney's office, do you?
I have, I think, one or two that were witness memorandums, but other than that, no.
Reports about when you were collecting social media posts?
No.
Got any reports on that?
No.
Okay, about whose addresses you were looking at and whose you weren't? Do you have any reports on that?
What do you mean by addresses?
Instagram addresses, or Instagram, which people that you were following on Instagram, which people you were looking at their Instagram, what dates you were looking at their Instagram. Do you have reports about that?
No, but they were compiled, and each date that they were looked at were noted on the photo.
Okay, so we're just supposed to look at the stuff that you compile and bring to court, and that's good enough to let us fill in all the work that you did.
Objection, argument.
Just take your word for it?
It's cross, I'm going to permit it.
I mean, I'm here to explain it.
Okay, well, that's fine, but,
right.
You know, what if we want reports? Do you have reports?
I said, the DA, now I work at a different facility. When I worked at the GBI, we had a reporting system. The DA's office doesn't have that. So I would, in my affidavits, make them as lengthy. There's some, when you see an affidavit of mine, it's pretty lengthy for a reason.
Okay, well, I didn't ask about your search warrant affidavits. I'm asking about reports and memorandums right now. Okay, and you seem to be saying, well, there was no record-keeping software with the district attorney's office that you could memorialize the work you did.
Correct.
Okay, they don't have a typewriter, they don't have computers, they don't have Microsoft Word, they don't have a pad of paper, they don't have pens, they don't have pencils. Is that what you're saying?
They do.
Okay. But you just didn't write any reports about any of this work that you've been testifying over the last 3 days that you did.
I don't really know anybody that would write a report saying, on this date, I screenshotted this picture. On this date, I screenshotted this picture. That's not really a report. That's not an event I would write a report for.
Well, what if I want to know exactly what Instagram addresses, what individuals that you looked at on Instagram, and which ones you didn't, which ones you checked out what they were posting, and which ones you didn't? How would I know if you don't write a report?
Well, if I looked at them, the name would be on the post, and if I didn't, there wouldn't be a picture.
Okay, so again, we're just going with what you say happened years later based on the evidence that you bring into court.
I compiled my findings into a folder and provided it as part of the case file.
Okay. And you didn't write any reports about the work that you were doing in real time, did you?
There's a report for Waters Road, and the rest of the investigation, like the investigation into the stabbing of Mr. Bennett, can be found in pretty lengthy affidavits.
So you wrote a report for Waters Road?
I did.
Were you at the DA's office at that time?
I wrote it on a piece of paper. It was a Word document.
So you were able to make a Word document about that work, just not the other work that you did, like when you were reviewing my client's phone, like when you were collecting things off of social media, like when you were reviewing surveillance videos. You couldn't write reports for those matters.
Today, with a report management system, I wouldn't write a report for screenshotting social media or reviewing a phone. I traditionally put together a PowerPoint or a visual presentation for trial.
Okay, I didn't ask what you traditionally do. I asked what you did do and didn't do.
But that's what I would do that's what I did back at the DA's office, is what I'm telling you. I would do that today with a report management system, as I did without one. Those things are not responding to Waters Road. I wanted to make sure it's better suited to put it in an affidavit because it's memorialized in the clerk's office. Systems can get hacked, hard drives can get lost, things can get deleted, files can get lost. So I prefer to anything that's noteworthy, make sure it's memorialized somewhere.
Things can get lost. That's your explanation? You can't lose something if you don't make it, can you?
Which is why anything regarding my investigation is probably in an affidavit that I've wrote hundreds of pages.
Probably in an affidavit?
If you would give me a case that you're specifically referring to, I can give you an example.
In your affidavits, I would like you to show me an affidavit for a search warrant where you list all the Instagram addresses and people that you checked out in March 2022 when you were pulling their posts. I want to know everyone that you searched.
That was served to you in a discovery folder.
Okay. I have the posts.
Correct. So that's all of them.
All right. I'm not asking for the posts. I'm asking for a list of the people that you searched for.
If you look in the folder, you will see the list of people I searched for.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Mr. Stillwell, you have known him since 2012, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
He was about 17 at the time?
If that's what the math dictates, then yes.
Okay. You know him to be from the Thomasville area of Atlanta, correct?
When I would encounter him, he would not be. He would be more in the Mechanicsville area.
Okay, fair enough. You know him, and you know personal information about him, correct?
Such as?
You know that he was raised by his grandmother, Betty Jackson.
Yes.
Okay, and you know Betty Jackson is the mother of his biological father.
Correct.
And that's where the Jackson comes from.
Correct.
And the Stillwell comes from his mother.
Correct.
And you know that his mother has never been a part of his life.
Correct.
You know that she was a very bad drug addict.
Objection or relevance, Your Honor?
It's going to explain communications on the phone.
All right, overruled.
And you know that she's now deceased.
I know that she's deceased. I don't know the circumstances.
Okay. Okay, you know that and Betty Jackson raised Mr. Stillwell, and you've met Betty Jackson before?
I have.
Okay. And you identified her voice on the jail phones.
Yes.
And also in your review of his phone, the extraction of his phone.
Yes.
You saw her number under the name Boss Lady.
Correct.
Okay. You know Mr. Jackson has a 9th grade education, correct?
I do not know that.
Okay. Do you know him to be a high school graduate?
I don't know that.
Okay. As far as his occupation, as far as you've known him, you know, let's be real for a second. You've reviewed his phones.
Correct.
Okay. You saw mentions of drugs, weed, pills in his phones.
For sale, yes.
Okay, for sale, right. Okay. There was indications in his phone that in 2022 he was selling drugs.
Correct.
Okay. And also in his phone, you saw substantial evidence of his aspirations to become a musician, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You've seen social media posts with him and Wooney Lee at the studio.
Yes.
You've seen social media posts where he hashtagged his upcoming projects.
Yes.
You've seen, you saw on YouTube that short video Slap Talk, correct?
That was on his Instagram profile, but yes.
Okay. Did you note at the time that you captured that Instagram post with the song how many views it had?
I did not.
Would you dispute that it was 17,000?
I don't know, so I have no way to.
All right. And you also observed in his phone his communications with other individuals that were rapping, correct?
I mean,
You saw communications with Mooney Lee.
with Mooney Lee, yes.
Okay. And you saw different references and conversations about renting studio time.
Correct.
In his phone. Even, we're talking about in March 2022, on March 8th, for instance, there was a discussion about him going to the studio.
Sure.
March 9th, going into the 10th, discussion with Mooney Lee about going to the studio. The Yo is what they call it, correct?
Correct.
Evening of March 10th, discussion of going to the studio run by Mook Tovin.
Correct.
And you know Mook Tovin to be someone who runs a studio, correct?
Producer of some sort, yes.
And you saw the evidence of, you see file transfers on those dates from Mook Tovin and other people transferring audio files.
Correct.
Okay. And that's consistent with someone making music in the studio and then their work being transferred to them at the end of the night by the studio engineer.
Sure, yes.
All right. Evening of March 11th, discussions with Mooney Lee about going to the studio.
Yes.
March 12th, booking a session at the studio.
Yes.
The evening of March 14th, your investigation, and I know that, and we're going to talk about 10 o'clock and Windsor Street, but later on in the evening, talking about midnight, your investigation revealed that Mr. Still was in the studio.
Yes.
In fact, when people were looking for him, he informed his grandmother that he was in the studio.
I don't know if I remember that, but I know he did, after the murder of Schmeldrink, they were at a studio, yes.
Okay. So, and you've observed some of Shannon's music.
I have.
You've observed a lot of music in your profession.
I have.
You observe a lot of music, let's just put it that way. You're familiar with drill music, correct?
Yes.
All right. Drill music is something that extends beyond Atlanta.
It does.
It's worldwide, correct?
I know throughout the U.S. I'm not too familiar with it internationally, but yes.
Okay. Common themes of drill music, brutality and violence.
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Who's the baddest? Who's the toughest? Who's the most powerful?
Correct.
A lot of bragging.
Correct.
Okay. Claims about women, about who gets the most women. Is that a recurring theme?
Yes.
Bragging about the guns people own and carry.
Yes.
Okay. Bragging about how much money people have.
Yes.
Bragging about homicides, whether it's true or not.
Some.
Okay. It's a type of music, and whether you like it or not, and I'm not suggesting you like it, and I'm not suggesting I like it, but it glorifies violence.
I don't know if I would use the term glorifies, because there are a number of drill rappers that have been charged with homicide.
Okay.
Or engage in violent acts. So I don't know if it glorifies. There's two sides. It can glorify it, and it can also tell the story. So there's two different sides to it.
Okay, so one side, you know people that are in drill music that have been charged with crimes.
What I'm saying is music of that you're describing often feeds into violence.
Okay, and you don't like that, do you?
I don't like anybody getting hurt.
Okay, and that's fine.
Yeah.
You feel it feeds into violence, okay? And what I'm asking though is when you said it glorifies, you said I know some people who are in drill music that have been charged with crimes.
Correct.
Okay, and you also know a lot of drill music where people claim they did this and claim they did that.
Correct.
All right. And it's not always factual.
No, but being a drill artist doesn't negate the fact that you engage in violence.
Okay. You may.
It could go either way, but
Right.
being a drill artist doesn't negate that fact.
That's fine. Okay. Common terms in drill music, ops,
Correct?
stands for opposition.
Correct.
And that is a recurring theme that you almost hear in every song. Isn't that fair to say?
In every song and almost every investigation that I work, yes.
Okay. And if we, and we're not going to do it, but if we Google and get on YouTube and type in rap ops, we'll see dozens of songs with ops in the title.
Correct.
Including by well-known artists.
Correct.
All right. Glizzies. Glizzy is a term that comes up a lot in drill music, correct?
Correct.
It's a gun?
Yes, but I don't know if I've heard that used that much by these folks that we investigated with this.
I'm just talking about.
It does. Guns do come up, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's in one of Shannon's songs.
Okay.
Lizard Walk.
Okay.
Okay. And that's another term that comes up a lot in drill music.
Glizzy, blick, fi, whatever you want to call it.
Red light. It's another one that comes up a lot in drill music, correct? Red lights?
I don't hear that as often, no.
Okay. You ever hear the song Red Light by Future?
I have not.
You heard the lyrics? Yeah, and this shit real out here running through the red light, looking through your rear view and might just sneak up on the car and try to spray you. You hear that? Heard that lyric?
No, but if Mr. Wilburn would have engaged in a homicide at a red light, I probably would have looked into it.
Okay. I didn't ask anything about a homicide or Mr. Wilburn. I asked if you've heard the lyric.
But yes,
Okay.
but
Well,
it's something I would look at.
Okay. Chalk. Chalk you out, chalk them up. Slime and chalk. Those are
Slime and chalk, I'm familiar with, yes.
all right. Those are things that you would hear in drill music, correct?
Slime and chalk, I've heard. The others, I don't know if I've heard.
All right. We heard 5 songs by Mr. Stillwell. Okay.
Yes.
And they were, let's see, Slat Talk, Ran This Money, Bullshit, Lizard Walk, and Red Light.
Yes.
And all those songs, you have identified Mr. Stillwell, and they were in Mr. Stillwell's phone.
Correct.
Okay, and just to be clear, there were other songs in Mr. Stillwell's phone as well.
Correct.
Okay, so we heard 5 of all the songs that Mr. Stillwell had in his phone.
Correct.
And do you know, outside of his phone, how many other songs Mr. Stillwell has made?
I know through the years I've seen him make a few, but I couldn't give you a number.
Okay. Now, with those songs, do you know when they were written?
No, and on direct, I said I can only see the date that they were added to the device.
Right, and you don't, and let's just be clear, the date that they were added to the device was 3/17. There was some sort of file transfer according to the report.
Correct.
On 3/17. You don't believe that on the morning of 3/17 he was in the studio making all those songs?
Not to say that 1 or 2 of them couldn't have been made in the days prior, but I can't give you exact dates on them.
Okay. So we don't know when they were when they were made. Do we know when they were written?
No.
Do we know who wrote the lyrics?
We don't.
Okay, and in fact, on one of the songs, Red Light, it says featuring Vito, correct?
Correct.
Veedo.
Correct.
You know Vito to be a songwriter, not an artist, a songwriter for 300 Entertainment, correct?
He could be, yes.
Okay. Okay. Some of these songs that we heard have the typical ops, red light, glizzy, homicide, typical things that are hallmarks of drill music, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, also, in one of the songs, Mr. Stillwell makes reference to his bankroll, right?
Correct.
Okay. Bankroll is the amount of money you have.
Correct.
The wad of cash.
Correct.
All right. And he's bragging about his bankroll.
Correct.
Okay. And that's what he's saying. That's what he's releasing to the public through this song.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, do you know him to own a car?
No.
Do you know him to own a house?
No.
Do you know him to be independently wealthy?
I mean, sometimes, yes. He has a lot of money on him.
Okay. His bankroll, is that something that artists often talk about, their bankroll and how big it is?
Sometimes, yes.
Is that always true, that the artists that are bragging about their bankroll is really as big as they're claiming it is in their songs?
That's an individual basis.
Okay. Could it be, you ever heard the term, like my son says it all the time, cap? Like, just made up. Cap.
It could be, but that's not necessarily the case with Mr. Stillwell Jackson.
I'm asking if you've ever heard the term.
Yes, I have.
Okay, and artists cap on songs all the time, don't they?
Some do, some don't.
And Mr. Stillwell, in his songs, was claiming that he had a bankroll.
And he did sometimes. Yes, he did sometimes.
Well, on the phones, you reviewed his phones.
Correct.
You saw him basically begging Miss Alexander to give him $1,500.
But if you listen to the March 16th wiretap call, he talks about all the money he had.
Okay.
And he didn't want to go to jail with all that money. So he had a lot of, it fluctuates from day to day. So I don't know, some days he has a bankroll, some days he has no roll, so.
Okay. Did he have a bankroll? Do you know if he had a bankroll the day he recorded that song?
Do not.
Okay. Could that have been Cap?
Could have been. He could have been reminiscing about when he had his bankroll.
Okay. In these songs, while we're talking about Cap, let's see. Mr. Stillwell referred to himself as Big Slime.
Yes.
Okay, you ever hear anyone else refer to Mr. Stillwell as Big Slime?
I'm trying to think. He's been referred to as Big Slime and Life-Size Lizard.
Right, that's what he calls himself.
He's also referred to as that. I've heard him.
Okay. So he was claiming to be Big Slime in
Correct.
the song that he wrote or performed. Okay. Then we got, let's see, Dolly White in one of the songs. Bullshit, right?
Dolly, yes.
She brags about making $201K in a day.
Okay.
Okay. Do you know, is there any evidence that you have that on that day that Dolly White was claiming that she made $201K that day, that she actually made $201,000 that day?
I wouldn't know what day it is to be able to tell you. She could have been on Instagram or somewhere bragging about having 200K. So without knowing the day, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Do you have any evidence that Dolly White, I'm not talking about Jeffrey Williams, I'm talking about Dolly White, has ever made $201,000 in a day in her life?
I couldn't tell you what Miss Greer makes.
Could that have been Cap?
It could, but it also could not have been.
So, we talked about the lyrics on direct. In these songs, Mr. Stillwell never mentioned an infinity.
No.
Never mentioned Diamante Kendrick.
No.
Never mentioned Demise McMullen or Nard.
No.
Never mentioned Justin Cobb or Doo-Wop.
No.
He mentioned being arrested for a homicide and beating it.
I don't want. I'm gonna tread lightly on it. I don't know. Can I get some direction on?
He said I beat.
Okay, but I just want to make sure I'm approaching it correctly. You know,
Yeah, I'll ask a very targeted question.
Okay.
He mentioned on Slat Talk, I beat a murder rap.
Yes, he did.
Paid my lawyer $30 for that.
He did mention that.
Okay. He also mentioned beating a homicide on another song, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have, the fact is that Mr. Stillwell, he's on trial for that here today. At the time he wrote those lyrics, he had never beaten a homicide.
That's a real slippery slope to explain that. I don't want to say some, if I can get some.
He had never been cleared or went to trial and was found not guilty of a homicide.
Yes.
So, Mr. Shart asked you a very specific question, and you seem to have answered in a way that surprises everybody. So we need to get some clarity from you. Okay, so can you listen really carefully to what his question is and answer that question? And then if your answer is still the same, we need to ask some follow-up of you. I mean, okay, go ahead.
In the songs that we reviewed, Mr. Stillwell claimed to have beat a homicide, correct? Or
Correct.
beat a murder rap, beat a homicide.
Correct.
Okay. Did he, in fact, beat a murder rap or beat a homicide, as he claimed?
I think he...
Go ahead and explain it now, because the jury's not in here.
Yes,
We're just
here.
trying to sort out what
I
it
think
is.
from my understanding of Mr. Stillwell back in that time, he was under the impression that the Donovan Thomas case had been, that they were going to beat it, like they were about to beat it, or it was beat, or it wasn't going to be an issue. I didn't want to say that because I didn't know.
Well, that's good that you didn't say
Yes.
that. But that's not the question that he asked
I'm
at
not
the
asking
time.
what Mr. Stillwell thought. I'm
Okay,
asking-
yeah, then no.
So listen
Okay.
very carefully to what he actually, I mean, that's not what he asked a minute ago, but you don't have like knowledge that nobody else has that he was tried for some
Oh,
other
no, no, no.
murder and got a hung jury or an acquittal, right?
No, Your Honor. I just wanted
Okay.
to make sure.
So if Mr. Shart asks you, has he ever beaten one, and by beaten, I mean, gotten an acquittal or however he phrases it, what would your answer be then?
No, I just didn't know the specific outcome of if it was
Has he
dismissed
even
and
been
re-evaluated.
tried for
No.
another murder?
He
Okay,
has
so
not been
don't
tried.
say, I don't know the specific outcome if he has never been tried for one other than the one he's on trial for right now, okay? You understand?
I just thought, I didn't know if he meant it was dropped. That was all, Your Honor.
That's not what was asked.
But that's not what he just asked right here, Your Honor. And
I know that, I know that.
I think that's the clarity that needs to be had, because at the time, Mr. Stillwell was on bond for the murder. And so
That is not anywhere near what he asked. He asked, has he ever been tried for and acquitted of murder? Being given a bond before a trial ever occurs does not a yes answer for has he ever been tried and acquitted.
right, but even the question he just asked right now was not that direct.
I know, that's because, I know, but just now what he asked, we're just trying to figure out what it is she might mean. And are you then going to ask?
I'll ask about the bond next.
Okay. So if he asks about bond, then you can answer whatever you know about whether he was released on bond.
I can be
okay?
respectful of his rights, Your Honor. That's all.
Okay. Is anybody need any more clarity on?
I definitely do, because I think on redirect,
Okay.
I think it becomes very relevant to ask the witness, at the time he wrote those songs, is it, based on everything that you know and speaking to him and other people, that did he believe he beat the murder?
I would not let you ask that, because how on earth can she know what is in his head? I mean, you could ask it, but I would overrule it if objection were made.
I understand, Your Honor.
Then you point that, if that is in evidence, then you point that out in closing argument.
I think we will put them in now.
Well, y'all have to make a decision, each of you, as to how you're going to present your case, or. All right. Do we have clarity now?
I think I'm clear. Yes, I'm clear.
You're going to answer first a direct question about whether or not he's been tried and convicted. You're going to ask that direct question first, and then you're going to ask about the bond. Okay.
And then, I mean, Mr. Abadi, you suggested that you might then introduce evidence that he said what were you saying?
Well, I think I have to find the call, but I think that creates the questions on redirect that then can be asked is, at the time that he wrote those songs, had he been on bond for a number of years? I mean, he makes all of that very relevant as it relates to diving into why he said that in the lyrics of the song. But I think the whole point of this is a very slippery slope, because we begin to talk about things that I don't necessarily we all want to get into as it relates to objections and objections for mistrial, because all of these questions allow us to then ask on redirect the specifics as it relates to when he made the song, him being released on bond, things of that nature that you can argue as to the belief as to why he believed he beat the murder, because it had been 3, 4, however many years. So he had not.
Well,
been
you can
indicted.
ask that had he been on bond 3, 4, however many years. What you cannot ask this witness is, so then do you think he believed he beat it? I mean, that is something that this witness can't testify to, that I know of. If you have some reason to believe you think she can testify to that. But I mean, if it's just, oh, I can put 2 and 2 together, he'd been out for 17 years on bond and not been, tried yet, then that's something that is not beyond the ken of any juror, and you can argue that in your closing, but you can't ask this witness that question, okay?
Yes.
Everybody clear now?
Yes,
Okay. All right, we'll get the jury back. How long is there going to be like a natural stopping point? I mean, I don't mind keeping them till 6.
There'll be a natural stopping point,
Okay.
and I'll be.
If we do that, we have 5 minutes.
Right now?
Recess, just 5 minutes. All right.
Yes. Yes, we can, because I don't want to break yet again if we're going to go for another hour or so. So y'all. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Investigate Viverito. I'm going to go back to where we were before. In those songs, in Slap Talk,
Correct.
Mr. Stillwell says, I just beat a murder rap, paid my lawyer $30 for that.
Correct.
Okay, and in other songs, he says, I beat a homicide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My first question. To your knowledge, in this case, I'm talking about Donovan Thomas.
Correct.
Had Mr. Stillwell ever been acquitted or the case been dismissed?
No.
Okay. The case was still open, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he had not, in fact, beat a homicide.
Correct.
He had not, in fact, beat a murder rap.
Correct.
Yet he claimed that on his songs.
Correct.
Also, he claimed to pay his lawyer $30 for that. Do you know if he actually paid a lawyer anything?
I don't believe he's the one that paid the lawyer, but a lawyer was paid.
Do you know a lawyer's been paid?
At some
What
point.
lawyer?
He was represented at some point.
Well, what lawyer?
I don't know which lawyer he was. I said at
Well,
some
you just
point.
said you know the lawyer's been paid, and now I'm asking you what lawyer?
Okay. A lawyer back then would have been paid for him. I don't know.
What's the lawyer's name? Since you had an opinion on it, that lawyer had been paid, what is that lawyer's name?
All I said was, Mr. Sharp, if he had a lawyer, they would have had to have been paid somehow. I don't know how or who.
Okay. So you don't know how much anyone
I did not work on the Donovan Thomas case at all.
Okay, but you just gave an opinion on it. And so you don't know how much, who, or how much anyone had been paid.
I just said I don't know who his lawyer was or how much or how they were paid.
The reality is Mr. Stillwell was released on bond.
Yes.
He didn't beat a murder rap. He had been released on bond.
Yes.
Okay, so claim I beat a murder rap, that was cap.
If you want to call it cap. I would say incorrect, but sure.
Claim that he paid a lawyer $30 for that, we don't know. We don't even know who the lawyer is.
Correct.
Okay. He also said in Lizard Walk, bond was $500,000 N-word. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Stillwell's bond in the case that he paid for Donovan Thomas? Do you know it to have been $500,000?
Believe it was almost, not $500,000, but it was a very high amount.
Okay, was it $500,000?
I think, if I remember correctly, it was $300,000.
Was it $500,000?
It was not.
Okay, so that was incorrect. That was cap as well, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, since October 2015, has been charged with the Donovan Thomas murder, correct?
I'm not sure the exact date he was charged, but
Late 2015?
sure.
Okay. And in these songs, he openly talks about being charged for that murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he talks about the money he paid lawyers.
Sure.
He talks about the money, the extravagant amounts of money that he paid for bond, $500,000.
Sure.
Okay. I'm not saying you like it. I'm not saying I'm like it. Do you deny that potentially an artist, an aspiring artist, being charged in a high-profile case, beating a high-profile case, paying large amounts of bond, would be something that would be appealing in the world of drill music? Do you deny that?
No, engaging in violence and homicide skyrockets you to the top of the corporate ladder in drill music.
Okay. And he was saying he had been charged. And
Correct.
beaten.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Atkins, could you, or Mr. Abate, or Miss Hilton, could you do me a favor? Or Miss Knightsback, 436 VVA, please, if you could display that for me. Okay, this is my client, correct?
Correct.
And, again, this is him while he's trying to be an aspiring artist, correct? This time period?
I guess.
Okay. And first of all, let me just clarify one thing. In the background, we see a gas station. That is the gas station on Cleveland Avenue, correct?
I believe that's 221 Cleveland.
Okay. That's not McDaniel Street.
No.
Okay. Now, Mr. Stillwell, in this post, also makes reference to Donovan Thomas, doesn't he?
He does.
Okay. He makes reference in the hashtag Peanut Stone Grave.
Correct.
Okay. Publicly, he is tethering himself to that incident.
Correct.
Okay. And in the message he writes, in the caption, it says, "I fell off 100 times, 100 times I bounced back." Okay.
Correct.
Let's talk about some things that happened prior to this post about falling down 100 times. Mr. Stillwell, prior to this post, had someone drive by the green store and shoot at his head, did he not?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell, prior to this post, was driving in a car with a young lady named Tiara Jones and another lady named Miss Duncan, and a car sped up behind that car and started shooting at them, correct?
Correct.
and killed Tierra Jones and put Mr. Stillwell in the hospital.
Correct.
Mr. Stillwell, after he spoke to the investigators about the Tierra Jones case, was attacked on social media for talking to the police.
Correct.
All those things happened before he made this post about falling off 100 times and bouncing back.
A lot of things happen, yes.
Okay. Does this post ever say, I killed Donovan Thomas?
No, but he's attaching himself to the incident.
You're absolutely right. He's attaching himself to the fact that the police arrested him and people have been attacking him ever since. Isn't that true? I've been knocked down, I fell off 100 times, and 100 times I bounced back.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, I'd like to talk to you about some of the work you did in collecting the posts from social media. And again, I don't mean to harp on this. Maybe I'm not asking correctly. I understand that you have given how many total social media posts did you pull within a folder?
I don't know. They were all compiled into a folder of relevant posts.
Okay, you say relevant posts.
Correct.
So who determined if they were relevant?
If they had anything to do with the hyper-violent back and forth, I felt that they were relevant to the investigation.
Okay, again, I'm going to ask, who determined if they were relevant? Who?
It's just that if I felt like they were
So
anything,
you determined.
as being the person that's listening and monitoring the wiretap and knowing the ins and outs of what's going on, I was able to determine what was relevant.
You determined what was relevant.
Correct.
Okay. And I understand that we have a thing of posts. What I want to know, when you're on Instagram, do you have notifications set for when people post? Are you scrolling Instagram? Are you looking at certain people's pages and not other people's pages? How are you doing it?
We were monitoring both sides of the conflict, and it's not just me. There are several people that would monitor. We'd all look together collectively.
Talking about the social media posts.
Correct. We were monitoring both sides. Part of my job is to mitigate violence. So as a conflict is occurring, we're monitoring both sides of the conflict. So when we see, it's a constant job of monitoring, to where if I see YFN down on Cleveland Avenue, which a bunch of assault rifles, probably not great. So we need to monitor constantly to say, okay, we need to get marked units down to Cleveland to mitigate that. So we're constantly, I have a unit that I work with. Everybody was involved in the wiretap, the investigation. So everybody was tuned into what was going on.
Who's in that unit?
I mean, the gang unit. There's a bunch of people. I couldn't tell you give you a roster at that time. It's changed, but.
Okay, well, if we had reports, could we know who was on that unit?
They wouldn't. I don't know anybody in our gang unit that would give you a report of every social media post they screenshot.
Okay, well, I didn't ask if anyone in the gang unit would. I asked if you did. Did you write a report about exactly which users you were following to pick up specific posts?
Mr. Sharp, you've asked me that before, and I've told you I've compiled every user you see in the folder is who I was monitoring.
Okay, and what about is there no one else that you were monitoring that's not in the folder?
That folder pretty much covers a whole lot of people.
Okay, and we just take it from you. No reports.
Whether you have all the posts, that I captured. They're in a folder, gathered, collectively organized in a folder for you. So I don't know what, do you want a list of screen names that were captured?
Just want documentation of the work you did.
It's documented in a folder that was served in discovery.
Some of those posts that you deemed relevant are actually lyrics to songs, correct?
I have to see what you're referring to.
Could you, Ms. Knight, could you display 471 VV? 471? Okay. This is Mr. Nichols, Comarvius Nichols, right?
Correct.
Okay, and 471 VV is exactly how the state has put this into evidence.
Correct.
All right, and we're going to get back to exactly what this is in a little bit.
Correct.
But those words, what you saying, I run with cold-blooded killers, okay? When are you saying that you collected this?
Probably 2 days or a day or two after the murder of Mr. Drinks.
Okay, and those words, those were written by Mr. Nichols?
No, it's a song by NBA Youngboy that he used to, he chose those words to put on the post 2 days after Mr. Drinks was killed.
He chose those words?
So what this is it's an Instagram story, and you can select a song and which portion of that song. You can select anywhere from 10 seconds to 30 seconds, and you select that, and you can overlay it onto your story. That's what was done here.
Those words?
Mr. Nichols made the social media post, and in the post, he picked this song to accompany his post.
All right, you know what? We're not going to get back to this. Let's deal with this right now. Mr. Kokomo, if you would, what is it, 60? Yes, 60? Okay, Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo approach?
Yes.
This is what Mr. All right. You need to show it to Investigator Garcia. Okay. Start from the beginning. Go.
We're going to hear the audio?
We can.
I mean,
Do you
yeah, so that is a screen. Oh, can I explain?
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, I think the witnesses had sufficient time to view it, so then, thank you, Mr. Kokomo. Do you recognize what's been marked as 60 VV?
Yes, it's a video of his story in its entirety.
Okay, and is that the way you saw it on social media?
It was both a video that was submitted in discovery and a photo that was submitted. The relevant portion of that would have been relevant to our investigation was that you're posting a video the day after somebody's murdered in your presence.
We haven't even gotten there yet. Do you recognize?
Yes.
That video? Okay. Your Honor, I would move to admit DS-60 into evidence.
Admit it.
Permission to publish.
You may. Yes. All right, we're gonna, given the time, and we need to sort out something anyway, we're gonna break with y'all for the day. And so we'll see y'all again tomorrow at we have a late start, 10:30 with y'all. Is that right? Whatever I told y'all before is what I mean. I can't remember what it was, but whatever I told you. Everybody just be here then. 10:30. Hang on, y'all. Let's see. Today is, it's 10. It's what we have, what I have on my calendar. So, 10. See y'all at 10. Good try, though.